I love you guys.
stars are shining. I can feel it within, I can feel it within. There's a power within, there's a power within. I ain't walking a silver lining. There's a power within, there's a power within. I can feel it coming, so far away, yeah, far away. I ain't scared nothing, 'cause I'm far away, yeah, far away. Shining green while I'm still young, like a bull
do we do?
Enjoy it.
Hello guys, good afternoon everyone. How's the life? How's it going? How you guys all doing? Hello. Hello. Welcome back to the insane chaotic room here and everything. How you guys all doing? Hey Nick, hey Jordy, hey Window. Hello guys, hey Dreamota, hey Gustamania, hey Soak. Hello guys, hello. How are you all doing? Hey Raises. How's life? How's life? Let's talk with the resub. Come back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, man. Hello, guys. Hello. I'm Nirajan. Too warm? No, it's not too warm here anymore. The 30s and stuff are gone. Now we have like, 16 or something, basically. A bit warmer now, I think, though. Kind of felt. No, actually 22 even today. Damn, sun was supposed to be giga cold, and it's gonna be giga cold when we go into my friend's countryside house. I have a feeling there's gonna be some change in plans for it because it seems like now it's raining also on Wednesday. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll see. We kind of need to do it also like next week because after that his nephews will be there for like pretty much the whole summer. And that will suck, because then we can go in there. Hey, Focus. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. A little late start. The time zone going. I mean, time zone is all right. Time zone is all right. Just a little too much like activities and shit going on currently. Meeting all the people and stuff. Other than that, all good. But yeah, like also Dracantis, like I don't know, will I have time actually to do it? I hope I will for a little bit. I want to start a bit earlier. Hey, Lorg, hello, how are you doing? I wanted to start a bit earlier even, but yeah, the VPN was acting up, so I was setting up like the alternative solution that I used last year, but the old one doesn't work, so I needed to do another shit. Now it works though, so just spent like a fucking hour on that instead of starting earlier and trying to fit some Dracantis in or something. I ended up just like sitting and messing around with that dog shit. Never lucky. 27, I see. We had already at plus 30. That already was like the whole week pretty much. And now already end of the week, it gets colder. Yeah, it was nice. Gustabania was nice. That was a good time. It was a good time. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. So yeah, next week gonna be now was the family meetings. Next week gonna be a meeting with all the friends. That's basically the plan. So you're gonna be also quite the week, I guess. I'm gonna be a couple of days off there for sure. But yeah, we'll see how I will try to schedule everything. And if we go into friends' countryside hours, and that will be the main thing. Alright, so yeah, here we go again. There's gonna be like quite a lot of these kind of like late starts on Sundays, probably during the summer, and mostly in the second half of summer already. After like middle of July, basically. Let me see, when is it? Like 17th was. So we have June gonna be more or less chill, and July. Yeah, basically kind of like close at the end of July already. 17th is Friday, so I guess we're gonna be celebrating exactly then. mom's birthday, so after that's gonna be like the peak fiesta, when like almost every week will be some celebrations, some birthdays and everything. So that's gonna be a little annoying. A lot of Saturdays missing most likely, but we'll see. I'll try not to. I'll try not to do it too much, I guess. Alright, so yeah, gonna do the recap and maybe a little bit of Drakan Tusi. We'll see. If I'll have time for that one. We sure will. I paid a little visit. People I saw on Discord are playing, testing. Feels good. Got me some plain poppy seeds pastry. Feels good. Smart timing. Oh, yeah, the summer, dude. The typical, you know, northern life, you know. When summer, you need to enjoy. Because the rest of the year is gonna be fucking dog shit. And that's when you kind of sit home and grind. But summer, you gotta enjoy. Immortalization alone. Chocolate roll? No, poppy seeds. And just the poppy seeds in. I heard, I think in Serbia you guys have like some insane poppy seeds roll. And this amount of poppy seeds is like nothing. Somewhat in 10 other countries. Well, I mean, I had no day off pretty much in other countries though, so. I wasn't the grind there. The only day off I had on my travels basically when I was exactly traveling. Other than that, I was streaming every day. No, you don't have like the poppy seed pastry. So it's pretty common. Yeah, like here we have a lot of poppy seeds pastries. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Something about it is kind of nice though. And there are sometimes mixed one with chocolate, like glazed on top also. Yeah, so yeah, I met some expats also in Armenia who were living in Serbia or something. And they've been in Serbia, like, you know, in Balkan countries basically. And yeah, they showed the photo of some like pastry with poppy seeds, and that was like an insane amount of poppy seeds you guys have there. I think if you had so much poppy seeds here in your pastry, they would probably put you to jail. Because poppies and poppy seeds are actually regulated. And in big amounts, you can go to jail. Because it's precursor for, I mean, it's all to eat. I think there were some situations when like some bakeries or something had some massive problems because they had a lot of like supply storage that they kind of didn't like get some proper, you know, papers for. Same as where you can't really grow them. Only just a few for decorative, you know, needs. Yeah, window might be easily. Could be easily. I mean, it's really popular pastries here. Kind of weird because it's just like seeds on the bread. What's so good about it? That somehow it's fucking tasty. Like, I'm not a huge fan, but right now, yeah, it was good. And that company, that brand in general, makes pretty good rolls. I'm gonna need to go buy some more. They also sell them in the Hobo store, which is really good. Mickey's price is nice. And they have ones with lemon and orange. Those are also really good. Like the same shape, same concept, but instead of poppy seeds, there is like jam basically. See, so I see. Actually, it is sweet though. I'm just not sure. Like, is it like natural sugar and poppy seeds, or well, I mean, obviously, like the dough is also gets like sweetened, but it is kind of sweet, even though there's no like sugar. You don't taste it, you know. I don't know. Maybe they kind of like they sweeten the poppy seeds, or is there natural sugars? I'm not sure actually, but it's good. But it's good. It's very good. But it's also nice like in this format because it's kind of like it's like sticky poppy seeds, so like you eat and it doesn't, you know, like fall apart, because yeah, there are some pastries when it just kind of goes on top or something and it's just like poppy seeds everywhere after that, and that is also a problem sometimes. All right, so let's get to it. I was like on the train now, like getting all the notes for the news and everything, so I don't do it live, because now it's not very convenient. I have like one monitor laptop, one monitor PC, so like doing it live is kind of pipiega. So I did get the notes on the way back. And let's check first what's up on Steam, and then we hope to check the news, and then we'll see some Drakan 2C. We'll do a little longer stream, like on main, and just like skip the evening today or something. I also kind of like woke up pretty early just to make it back home in time to catch more of the stream, so it wasn't really sleeping that crazy much, not that much. Not having a spare ultra wide, there is actually a pretty big monitor she has. I could maybe like get some sort of HDMI splitter or something and try to use it, but it's also, I think, like, you know, not the 16:9, it's 16:10. Or maybe even 43, because like she's that old school. It's kind of like new one though, like Dell, pretty decent, but it's with the weird aspect ratio pretty much. How's going down low? How's life? So technically there is one, but it's connected to her PC, so maybe with some splitter or something I could try to yoink it. Well, not like super new, it's still like, I don't know, 5 years old maybe, maybe like 10. 10 maximum, I would assume. Don't think it's that old. It's like not, you know, like some ancient model basically. A pretty decent one. Game going mega good. Damn, feels good, man. Feels good. Yeah, see, like I took a day off, and Alternate yesterday was already productive and shit. Easy life, easy life. Easy life. Alright, let's see. What do we have then? The Ocean Fest. Oh yeah, I do have actually one game that I will need to play next week that I have installed for a while. Well, not for a while really, it was like I was able to stream it like on Friday or something, so it's not like that overdue, but yeah, I guess on Tuesday maybe. We do have some new things to you know, to check there. Don't take day offs. That's the problem that I didn't like with also being like the freelancing with web shit and stuff. Because yeah, you kind of like, you always work, but you also kind of don't always work, so you just kind of, you know, it's all just like a blur. You're kind of working, but sometimes you kind of don't. There is no day off, there is no holidays, there is no weekend, you know. You just kind of like, the life is just one single blur, and that just kind of like completely dulls you. You just don't enjoy shit anymore. And that I really don't like, so kind of some day offs are nice to incorporate when it's possible. That's why it's kind of nice. It kind of ends up being counterproductive too, because you might be like, well, I'm not taking any day offs, but then, like, you know, your productivity, you know, density on the days you are working is way lower. And then if you could just kind of like, you know, just push it all together in like a few like super productive days, and the rest you could just enjoy. Like I would ironically like do something like this with streaming. The streaming is a bit of a different, story. You do need to appear as often as possible, even if it will be like less hours, but you still need to kind of like do as much as possible and every day if possible, and preferably with a lot of hours too. Like it's not gonna be making you any like new views really much, but at least it's gonna prevent you from losing some. Gonna turnover is always insane, and it's all about like if you can keep up with with the drop. Like if you can increase faster than you decrease, that's good. Otherwise, you just plateau, which I am kind of like already like probably like for a year or something, if not more. Let's see what I say. Yeah, I mean it depends like what else you kind of do. I kind of usually also don't really mind if I have enough like still decent amount of free time. Then I kind of don't mind going ham. Like in Vietnam and stuff, for example, you still kind of go swimming in the morning. You do a whole bunch of swimming, and getting some nice food, some chores if you need to do them. You have time for that, and then you can grind them. The Diablo 25% off. No fucking regional price though. Dan Sugimo. I have the remaster. I wouldn't mind at some point, but I guess we wait for a better discount, even though it's Blizzard, so there's probably gonna be some cap that they're gonna hit with discounts, and it never will go even lower. Oh yeah, we tried the new update, Nultan, for Siva. They got the test of time now out. Hope of life. And the classic mode, yeah. Is the classic mode not genius enough? Yeah, Rogue Trader for 10. Are we making 3 with good art style? Diablo, you mean? I mean, maybe we'll get that. Maybe we'll get that eventually. 5 hours disappeared for you either way. Yeah, that classic. Just one more turn. Liga Batman with overwhelmingly positive. Insane. Steve is probably grinding already. 500 low. Even like the regional price for us here, $4 for ticket Steve's. Insane. Insane. Let me check actually real quick. Returned, haven't checked that stuff. And then get some responses on it and there. Real quick at least. Alright, same old year. Good. Nothing crazy. Do the low. Plans for zero parades? Nope. Not really. Oh, did this? 1 second. This should expire or something. Okay. Shit, can I get a message to unread? It's probably very advanced functionality. Okay, fine. I need to remember though. Bed rev that one? Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Disco Elysium. If I will want to play something like that, I'll play Disco Elysium, you know. That's it. Why would I play that one? First things first, and then we'll see. I see window, I see. I mean, that's pretty common nowadays, isn't it? I think it's all getting destroyed very fast nowadays. House always wins. Another copium there. Another one. Top tier business, solar and co-op. Play Wayne, not even Play Wayne, I see. The Toxic Studio, what a name, what a name. See, so I say, yeah, that's the Playway slope basically. It's like what they like the modern Giga Asset Flip Fiesta. They just like pump, they churn these out, dude. And my email is like getting a bunch of these. I never even played a single one of them from them, and they still like there's a couple of studios I think that try to get all this like simulator slop for me to play. I'm like, no. And there are some funny ones, I guess. Like the customs one, for example, was kind of funny. The border customs. And like some of the playways actually were kind of funny, but most of them are just like very low effort. With the just basic the drug dealer theme, yeah, the first one, second one already was kind of not that fog again because co-op and stuff. It was like the simulator slope, and now they started adding the co-op stuff on top of that. So it's basically everything just going for like the boogie woogie streamer reactions at this point. Farming some, you know, farming some TikToks and stuff. The TikTok magic is insane. Like I yesterday, for example, like I was with parents, and then like the only, you know, like basically millennial there, sorta, because like my brother, my cousins, and like the neighbor's daughter, they're Zoomers, and I realized from them that one of the like traditional, you know, folk Russian singer that was considered like, you know, like the super giga boomer content basically, somehow got into some sort of viral fucking TikTok, and she's pumping now, like fucking concerts all over the place and everything. The fuck? Just for memes basically, not like they even like, I guess like the music much or something, just like one song got into some viral TikTok shit, and there you go. The career resurrection, even though she's like already, I don't know, like 70, if not even more. So yeah, that's how it goes nowadays. You just need some Poggin TikToking. And there is, well, it's not even like the folk as in cool folk, you know. There are some things that are really cool. Like for example, there is already the Russian folk drum and bass actually for a while, for years. I remember even Ella was getting that on the beam streams back in the day when that was a thing still. So it's like a decade ago at this point. Like they are good, but this is like, you know, just the, I don't know, like the grandma folk, let's put it that way, you know. Like the boomer folk, the onslop, you know, that would be the word nowadays, I guess. But the one viral TikTok, and you're already like super trendy, Zoomer friendly musician. Same, I guess, kind of goes with games nowadays too already. Luna Abyss did look kind of nice. That did look kind of nice. Well, if Giben will fucking show it to me, that'll be really good. But Giben refuses. But yeah, that's the shooter. Pretty nice shooter, but also with the bullet hell mechanics, which I usually don't really like. Now that kind of stuff I usually am not a big fan. I just like die there. Even say whatever. Yeah, there's the zero parades. Oh, this one loaded, no problems. And this one's still kind of pumping though. Music production. I mean, you need to try to start getting some, you know, like TikToking of your game. You need to like think of the ways how to make it Pogi Wogi. The problem is with games, it's a little trickier though. Like you can make it look kind of Pogi Wogi, and then people buy it, and it's not actually Pogi Wogi in the end, and they get just debated by some like sped up video, you know, or just like a very heavily edited video. And then they kind of get mad, and that's when you get some shitty reviews and everything.
keep on thinking about you. I don't know why. My heart keeps on bleeding.
73% mostly positive. And I think it's one of the examples, you know, if you actually make the game that is decent, because apparently it's decent, right? Like, they got like they managed to basically kind of replicate whatever like Disco Elysium was in terms of like art style and other things. Pretty close, right? They did make it like, you know, they made a decent product, and then no one really gives a fuck like what kind of, you know, rep there is it like, you know, Vogue or non-Vogue and stuff. Like if it's a good product, people will go and buy it, and they will not care if it will be like something would be fucked up, like some, you know, like performance issues, some other things, and then probably everyone would be shitting on them for all the reasons. But when there is no issues, and then yeah, people will eat it, no problem. No, this one actually like it is, I think, mostly positive even. Like, I mean, we can check like what are out of mentioning the original studio reviews, which ones are, you know, well, that's this first one, right? Negative because I'm angry at the company or anything. Don't care about the scandals. So this one found some other issues, for example. Extremely unpolished. I'll see, like after some time, people already started to go a little bit more in depth and in detail with the reviews. Yeah, willing to try a game on the sold merit, so people already kind of started to. So now there is already people actually kind of talking about the actual flaws, not about the studio even. Like those comments completely disappeared. Those completely disappeared. Yeah, for me, it's just kind of like if I would want the game like this, right? Like I played for example, if I would play Disco Elysium and I would want to play something similar, and I already played like Esoteric Ebb or something, let's say, then yeah, maybe would still get that just because it's that kind of game, right? But since it doesn't seem exactly like my kind of jam, then I would just skip this one and get something better. Deceit, there's plenty of stuff. There's again Esoteric Ebb, out of the recent ones, that is apparently really good. So if you want the fix, then there is that, even though it's kind of different, you know, setup and everything, different setting. Yeah, that's Esoteric Ebb, I assume, unless there's something else too, but Esoteric Ebb is actually really good apparently. Now stick as Thieves going, mostly positive also. Close to actually mix there for $4. Like what do you need to fuck up to make people mad about $4 game? Oh, key rebind sensitivity. Oh, okay, I see. So we got another tech one. No key rebind and stuff, I see. Barrage of pop-ups. Twice as much boring tutorial thrown to you. Absolutely zero world building. Simply no vibe. Playing a mission made in Fortnite. I wonder if it's... Oh yeah, from someone who likes the color purple. No, that's the art style nowadays, I guess. Such a basic looking game with a really bad lighting can fully take up RTX 4080s. Okay, I see how it is. Another one. Another one. Project that was going to be scrapped, but in the last ditch effort something playable was put together and showed up. I mean, I think that's kind of how it was. Like they were actually making the PvP stuff with a bunch of people, PvE, and then suddenly they decided to switch to just the PvE co-op, which in my opinion is actually kind of good, but feels like either they did it out of some desperation or that was calculated switch, but that was not a lot of time to kind of, you know, tune the game for the new concept. Hey D-Mellow, how we doing? Yeah, more time was needed, but yeah, maybe they switched and everything because of like some issues. Not to mention that they just like release it very cheap, right, with like very small amount of content, and planning to add more later with the DLCs and stuff. Co-op not working, too low on content, far more time in development, lack of basic graphic controls, key binding support. Build the game with a clear goal in mind, sell people on that. Last minute change the entire foundation of the game. Dope PvP. Damn, someone actually mad about that stuff. I mean, if you already know that they changed it, right? Like you already know about it. It's not like you blindly bought into it, expecting one thing and getting another one. You clearly saw that. Like, why did you still buy it? Just to kind of go complain in reviews that they changed it? $5 will get my money out of it. I'm pretty sure that $5 and even $4 in regional pricing is very cheap. It's a yellow. Seems like it might be pretty decent actually. The rune dice, mostly potted. Yeah, that's the one with the weird dice, like dice PP hopping and kind of magneting that I didn't understand in the demo. Was kind of weird. And mostly also, this one's kind of closer to like the very positive already. It's kind of more like, you know, like there was like some burger, you know, with one sauce that they were planning to buy, and then they changed it to another sauce that they have allergy for, and they knew about it, but they still fucking bought it so they can go and complain to the manager later because it was supposed to be something else inside, huh? But they still got it even knowing that it's not that. Gameplay itself just isn't executed that well. This is the Bork. Runs end before they get interesting. Physics-based dice mechanics make it frustrating to get any meaningful combos going. I just get bored in. Absolute masterclass, how to make a game become progressively more and more miserable to play as you unlock new classes, relics, etc. Enjoyment dies after a handful of runs. Never lucky. Dwarf Eats Mountain, that was the quicker one, right? Incremental Idler, there it is. insane dwarf simulation. I think price in here. Not bad, but yeah, the island stuff is not exactly my jam. Space Haven we saw, it's out at 1.0. Outbound we also saw, still mostly positive. Subnautica still pumping. The 007 already appearing closer to the top there, I say. Deep Roca Galactic, they're mostly positive. No, nice remote. Let's see. Let's see that one. Gamba with friends still. A good price for this one too. That's not like the cool roguelike. Another one. Dogs at all. I guess Nico wanted to say the dwarf eats mountain. I guess. Insane Deep Roca. No, what's not coming? A run and train. Another simulation. A new realistic 3D CG train game in here. Easy here. Cruise cabin immerses yourself a train operator. 40 kilometers plus across Japanese rural railway. Oh shit, alright. This one is gonna be pumping already. It's like, you know, trains I sleep, trains Japan. Pug! A breathtakingly detailed scenery through the seaside and heart of countryside. There it is. Everyone's gonna be pogging out of a zoo there. I don't know how it's gonna run though. And the graphics do look pretty good though. Apparently the boss was fun, not gonna lie. This might also be pretty good. Bird Game 3. Then multiplayer PvP. Multiplayer bird versus bird game. Insane. And that's some peak gaming right there. Stream one. Which one? The train game. Check if I can get that even. Electra Fix Simulator. Is it like the same actually publisher or something? No, that's Bark Games. Another one was Toxic Studio there. They just have like the same, like even the thumbnails are already asset flips, dude, and they just like fucking flip thumbnails or like the characters that are on thumbnails. The boss was nice, yeah. The boss was kind of fun. Bro, like, I was about to kind of like, well, at least this one is like, you know, you actually kind of like maybe learn something from this, and then they have like this is how fucking laptop looks from the inside, bro. Like, at least put some fucking effort into this shit, man. I guess we have some like little, you know, like HDD asset there, some RAM. That is like fucking DDR2 or something, maybe. 3 at best, I guess. And we just kind of like, you know, just like put it all like laying, you know, in the case of the laptop, and then the Apple laptop, yeah. Yeah, just the tray, and you have like those even slots, looks like, for everything. And there's even like the board. Like, what is it cooling, dude? What is it cooling there? Yeah, the amount of effort they put into these is insane. Absolute dog, eh? Salot or not? Salot machine, a battling adventure. And when it's gonna be like, you know, like the peak, we need like we basically kind of like, you know, like the backpack, like, right, when you like put the items, Tetrising items in the backpack, and then at the same time you also need some gamba, and then you need the dice on top of that, and cards also. Get it all together for the ultimate experience. Did try to get some Poogie Woogie trailer for this one though. And start mixing everything together in one game. Story-rich pixel art RPG. Then something else actually. First 30 acts is build a small but roughly 1 hour of content. Focus on exploring, crafting, and investigating a plague caused by colliding magical and non-magical realms. All that in 1 hour? Dude, that should be like some very dense, very like thick then a game. If in 1 hour you get all this exploration, crafting, and also like investigating something, that must be very pog, eh? Well, these, you know, fair and square. All cards, you know, laid out in front of you, what they have in this build and what you're paying for. Can't see what you're paying, how much you're paying for it yet though. Feed the queen. Food to grow the colony. Okay, another incremental idler. Oh yeah, and all this like cards, dice, and slots and every in the backpack, and you make it all idling, incremental. Now that will be Pogen with some auto battle elements. Well, I mean it's already idling, so it is kind of auto battling, I guess. A Vortica sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. Helemaal. This at least is pretty good, eh? Doesn't seem like already a decent amount of the games like this. But why not more? Oh yeah, the Paradise time. The Mega Sims coming through with early access. Insane. I was like, that was Crafton. Who was that? The other Sims killer. What happened with that one? Is it even alive? Is that one even alive? Like, I remember everyone kind of poked about it for a bit, and then it just, yeah, Enzo, yeah, true. And then it just kind of disappeared from Raiders completely. Budgie's Bug Shop. Another incremental one. See what do I say? What was that? I think it was from the get-go though, an AI involved already. I could do so much stuff. Like all the streamers making their avatars in game with AI just generating a model out of your photo or something. No one had problems with that. Just like after some time, for some reason, maybe like not fast enough pumping content or something, just, you know, everyone just kind of peaced out. Everyone was just gone. Alright, Biden, we need to check. Alright, saw this. Given gonna show me again the same shit we already saw. This one is 18th of June. Kind of like sometimes feel like getting into some shooting a little, but that kind of usually that usually doesn't last long. Now that's a good recommendation because I kind of with some of the moves I think and shit like that I missed it completely. You know, like in the middle of like travels, missed the release of that one. It's actually pumping pretty good. Demo was nice. Pumping pretty good actually. God, the phone's here. Again. To move this one probably somewhere. Why is it here even? Battlestar Galactica. That one we saw before too. Oh yeah, the Blaze of Fire. It's not doing kinda alright after the epic beta test. After the epic beta test, this one actually doing okay. I wouldn't say like super alright, I guess, but it's doing. God, this one also kind of fucking, well, I wouldn't say flopped, I guess, but like, yeah, we already were talking about it. Like, how did these guys manage to kind of like pretty much get almost every game that they release very mid, and they still stay afloat for like forever already. Wait, don't they have any other games of theirs there? Like, I think except for like Until Dawn, they just kind of like never really made anything that was like pogging hard. And I think even Until Dawn Remaster also was kind of dog, and the movie was kind of dog, right? So like it's just like always dog, but they still managed somehow to stay afloat and even like self-publish shit. So it's not even like some sort of like mad money from some publishers or something. Hey, course out of low. How we doing? I'm sometimes legit surprised. Black Jacket. Gamble your way out of hell. Dude, there's already one with Gambling Your Way Out of Hell that kind of like appeared on one of the showcases. I played the demo of that one, by the way. They actually contacted me recently that they got updated the demo or something. So these guys basically took the concept and made it faster and farmed. Sì, so che sei, I guess. Psychic Kung Fu Master. Then that one is also mixed. RPG gameplay, turn-based combat, collect martial arts to become the leader of the martial world. The martial world. Got the booba there too. The classic. Kung Fu games always dink. True, true. That is true. Unfinished rush of it all, eh? Crash right at the end, eh? It's the symbolic of the futile pursuit of power. Then that's deep. That's deep. Games too easy. AI overused. Eh? Classico. Yeah, this one we saw. Hogan actually seems pretty good. Survive the multiverse. So which views change the fight? Got all the views there in the game, I say. Yeah, I don't think it really flopped though. I don't think it really flopped. It just kind of like didn't exactly become like some sort of like live service that they're gonna be farming, so. But I mean, yeah, if it's still early access, then I assume maybe they're gonna be farming it like kind of later when it's releasing or something. Could be that. Or mod. Survival experience in an infinite open world sandbox. Damn. Sounds familiar. Customized world difficulty, rules and playstyle. Solo co-op, 24/7 MMO style servers. Cross PvP, PvE, hardcore or creative modes. Damn insane. The road to Vostok like sorta. Alright, buy them. What's there? And then some dankness. Psychological first-person horror, and then they decided to try something else there. Using a prosthetic gore effects. Stop motion and doll scan into 3D models. Peaceful retreat where people go to get better. Place for people to air their demons. This is gonna be the dank one. Yeah, it's the same guys who made Machina and Judero. I played both. That was dank shit too. But those weren't supposed to be horror. They just were dank. The models look horrifying, yeah. Yeah, you can check like Judero and Machina also. I would say models that also can be quite dank, but in general, especially Judero, I guess. That was very dank. That was very dank. They're kind of pumping them pretty fast too. Well, this one doesn't have a release date yet, but still. They're actually pumping that stuff quite fast, considering it's, you know, like the handmade shit with stop motion and stuff. They do be pumping them quite well. I guess not the biggest games, but Judero was kind of big though, I would say. Somewhat. Alright, let's get them news. Let's go. but one with 15k people. Oh yeah, how's Mechanicusi doing nowadays, eh? How's that one doing? Still not very good. Still not very good. We'll resume. That mission was kind of like beating my ass a little bit there, the finale of the mission. Soundtrack falls very flat compared to the first one. I kinda agree though, with that one I kinda agree, sadly. Awful performance, well that one is still going. Big game, damn son. Extreme linearity and complete lack of player agency. Losing the engagement when your hero dies. Play very risk-free with them. I mean, in general, yeah, that I kind of don't really like too much because yeah, your stuff between battles doesn't really restore, doesn't heal up at least to the full, and that yeah, that kind of does make you play in a very weird way. Sorry, the Giga sneeze. The Giga sneeze. Damn. I'll have a 40k Gladius Relics of War. Thought only was 6,000 people. Did they some free weekend or something? Even though I think it was already free somewhere before. You could get it for free. There's some new DLC. It's a lot of enjoyers. It's a pretty nice 4x strategy in Warhammer Universe, so I'm not surprised it has a lot of endurers, but that's still kind of a good number, I would say, for such a niche genre. Even though I guess overlap of people, you know, like playing all the global strategies and grand strategies and 4x games and the Warhammer endurers is probably pretty high. Dracantus with 2,000 people. Because Steve's also with like 800 people. I would say that's not bad, but considering the price is pretty low, I doubt they farming. I doubt they are farming. Subnautica cooking, kind of slowly dropping already, but still there, still there. Slate Aspire 2 is still up there though, that is impressive. For a while already. The dead game, true. Yeah, I mean it is pretty good, absolutely. Did have pretty big massive numbers on release too. So that's good. Alright, let's see. The next Playground available for pre-order in UK and Ireland at £269. Family-oriented console launches with 5-starter games, access to over 60 additional titles available through subscription passes. There it is. the annual and quarterly play pass options. 100 euro per year. Yeah, I guess not too bad. Hey, boss face, hello. How we doing, man? How's it going? Parents in the UK and Ireland care deeply about how their kids spend time on screens and what they expose to. Next Playground provides direct solution to these pain points. This launch, we are moving closer to our mission of bringing active play, movement, connection, growth, and joy to living rooms around the world. Oh yeah, that was it was in the US already. Yeah, the one that actually moved PlayStation to the third place. So yeah, I would say normal consumers are buying that shit. You know, better than PlayStation at least. I was kind of surprised because I didn't even remember hearing about that shit, and then it's suddenly moving PlayStation from the tops there. Doing good, Buzzface, doing good. A nice weekend. Now we chillin'. A recent Build the Rocket Boy layoffs were reportedly continuation of cuts announced in March. Former employee and IWGB, a union member, says several colleagues remained working on the developer before announcing their departures this month. Move the 7-year-old console for 1 month, or for holiday month, where the most farm happens actually. When people buy gifts, you know, people buying that instead of PlayStation. Which is 7 years old console that probably already was going on sale also quite a bit. That is still good. For something out of the blue, I would say, that is still good. So yeah, this one we've seen last week. Yeah, I thought they got some new updates, but that's the update we already sort of saw ourselves. So it wasn't actually a new round of layoffs. It was just the lingering effects of the previous round of layoffs. Sony won't be bringing any more single-player games to PC, says PlayStation Studios boss. Herman Hulst has told staff in a town hall earlier today that narrative single-player games will now be PlayStation exclusive. And that is dog. PC ports risk damaging console's brand and could hurt sales of the PS5 and its successors. I think it's kind of PP again, especially since, you know, they were already releasing it like after some time. They could just increase that time, but I mean, yeah, I guess they like takes, you know, some resources actually porting that stuff. People hoping for Prey remake, I say. The Prey remake. Kinda doubt they would go for that because it wasn't exactly like such a massive hit in their eyes, especially. Yeah, the Native American one, yeah. That one was even less popular, I feel. Even though like someone like Night Dive Studios probably could actually remake that pretty good. I bet they could. They are picking a bunch of like boomer shooters basically. Sure, their games move consoles in the same way Nintendo games do. Depends on the game though. Depends on the game. I think they do be actually kind of getting decent amount of people used to, I guess, when there was more games actually on PlayStation. The console sellers, which isn't exclusive to PlayStation. Well, lately they don't really have that many other console selling ones. But yeah, I mean, I assume they just have the data, right? So they just kind of run the data, and the effort on, like, porting stuff to the PC is probably just not exactly super worth. Like, if it'll be some mad bucks they were getting from that, then they probably would keep it going. But if they're getting like a little extra at the cost of potentially, like losing some future console holders, console enjoyers and stuff like that, then yeah, maybe it's kind of more reasonable for them. I can see why they are doing, but yeah, I kind of feel like it's maybe not the smartest idea. Should just like increase, the delay between release on PC and in the PlayStation and PC, and just like sell some like old, the backlog, the back catalog of games on PC, just to get some extra from the stuff that is already probably not being sold that well on your console anyway, and not gonna be selling you consoles because it was out already, like a couple of years ago or something or more. And I think that would be good. Not to mention, like, releasing it later, they could also afford getting like some better pricing policy, for example, because the prices of the PC releases of their games on PC were not good. So I'm kind of not surprised they weren't selling that much, because with those prices, not a lot of people probably were ready to buy some game that is like already kind of old and sold on console cheaper. It definitely will help consoles. I mean, for sure, yeah, it will. There will be probably some people who are ready to do so, but I think nowadays, compared to like the past, like with current prices and shitfest going on, I kind of feel like it will be harder for people to justify, like, oh yeah, just gonna buy the console to play GTA. There will be some, of course, but yeah, I think it's gonna be way less. I think it's gonna be way less. People who don't have it, probably like a lot of them will wait. Like totally wouldn't be getting console for that whatsoever. Sony announces PlayStation Plus price rises due to ongoing market conditions. There's another one. The price change does not apply to current subscribers unless the existing subscription changes or elapses. Yeah, they're probably gonna be some. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna have some like themed, console, like themed gamepads and that kind of stuff to maximize the farm. There you go, more money to pay for Plus also. Prices for the lowest essential tier now start at $11 for a 1-month subscription, up from $10. 28 for 3 months, up from 25. I mean, that's not that much of an increase, really. At least it's not like the Game Pass, yeah. That is true. But I mean, the PC version was still kind of cheap-ish. But yeah, that was a big increase, and that's for sure there. Yes, you may say. Original Doom soundtrack to be inducted into US National Recording Registry. Posed by Bobby Prince, 1993 score is the third video game soundtrack to join the registry. Who else there? Who else is there? Who else is there? Minecraft. And Microsoft Reboot chime, alright. Super Mario Brothers, huh? Alright, that at least kind of makes sense too. Minecraft, I don't know, really. Guess I'm not a Minecraft enjoyer, so yeah, I don't even know any familiar tunes that I heard anywhere in all these, like, you know, the gaming OSTs, playlists and stuff like that. I don't think so, huh? Far Far West Publisher says we don't work with partners that are relying on generative AI. Fireshine Games CEO Brian Foote warns that generative AI assets are a red line. Publisher will allow the use of some generative AI development tools. AI means code completion or means using Copilot and Word. That's an entirely different set of scenarios. It will be very hard for anybody to say they're not touching AI in some way, shape or form, but in terms of the core game creation, this is not something that we think players are interested in at this point in time, and not something that we think is healthy for the development community. As it stands, it is something that we are firm on. Yeah, Ulyss Horsten also was already against that. Sounds good. Fortnite returns to iOS worldwide, excluding Australia, as Epic prepares for a final battle over App Store fees. It relaunches game amid expectations that a US federal court will require Apple to disclose its fee structure. They'll just spill a bunch of beans then on each other through this again. Stated that once Apple discloses its costs, governments worldwide will not permit what it calls Apple adjunct fees to continue. Yeah, the legal dispute began in 2020. It's been a while. Fortnite remains unavailable on iOS in Australia. The company partially won a court case there that found many of Apple's developers' terms unlawful. So Epic partially won a court case there in Australia that found many of Apple's developer terms unlawful. Developer term, I guess, like the terms for developers, I guess. Kind of like the fees and stuff. Epic stated Fortnite's return to iOS in Australia is blocked by what it calls an illegal payment arrangement with Apple. The company will delay the game's return until a court decision is reached unless Apple agrees to adopt lawful payment terms first. Critical moment in the battle against the App Store empire to win freedom for all developers and consumers. It will continue the fight in every jurisdiction worldwide until competition is restored to digital stores and payment markets everywhere. Damn, epic battle. Valve overhauls tag system on Steam to improve game discoverability. Terms such as NSFW and mature removed in favor of more descriptive content labels. 17 new tags have been introduced. Son. Descriptors like a well-written and masterpiece were removed due to disagreements and inconsistent application. That sounds fair. Others, such as drama and ambient, were taken down because they apply to a few products. Terms related to specific intellectual properties, such as LEGO and Warhammer 40k, have also been removed since franchise pages already cover these titles. Additions feature content-focused keywords like wolves and zoo, broader genres such as Bullet Heaven, desktop companion, as well as options for gameplay elements like organizing and decorating. Several entries also been renamed or merged to eliminate overlap and clarify their purpose. For instance, Valve explained that pool was frequently assigned to titles with swimming pools. This label is now billiards, which more accurately refers to cue-stick games. I didn't get the fake OS they didn't get, I see. Changes made with the goal of helping players identify the games that best fit their interests and helping Steam generate appropriate recommendations. New accessibility tags, that was last year already. And you'll see. About decision making, initially surprising to developers and publishers, but now you can really find a concrete niche for your game. Insane. So in the games you play and tags associated with those games, you're given a lot of personalized recommendations. If we were to launch The King is Watching 3 or 4 years ago, probably wouldn't have done as well, because the wish lists that we have accumulated were directly targeted for this very specific target audience. Pretty well organized even, I see. Didn't get the official fake OS one. Shaking. What did they get there? Bullet Heaven, desktop companion, organizing, cleaning, decorating. Wuxia, Shansha, folding blocks. Espionage, Samurai, Zoo, Wolves, Capybaras. Got that shit as like the actual tag there. Okay. Animals, Cult, Poker, language learning. I didn't remove that many actually. The Division, Ambient, America is a tag removed. Alright, so you can have Capybaras but not America, dude. Potato Hello, Blood, crowdfunded, why not? Cult Classic, I mean that I guess is kind of like subjective, sure. Documentary, drama, Dungeons and Dragons, electronic experience, feature film, foreign game maker. Alright, they can do the engine, Games Workshop, Illuminati, damn, that's all them. That is all of them doing that. That's exactly how it is, dude. Foreign. Kickstarter also removed the Lego. Well, Lego I can see why, I guess. A masterpiece, also subjective. Mature movie narration, NSFW, Rogue Vania they removed. The fuck? Who's the Rogue Vania then? RPG Maker, Warhammer 40k, web publishing, and well written. Well, that's I guess subjective. I guess I could see that. I could see that. The Diablo-like tag, it's ARPG. And that's ARPG then. That one they didn't touch. That they didn't touch. Wizards of the Coast ends partnership with Giant Skull. Dungeons and Dragons action adventure game by Giant Skull cancelled as a result. Monka is. Spokesperson for Hasbro subsidiary said that while it decided not to pursue an early concept from Giant Skull, has great respect for Stig Asmussen and his team and value our ongoing relationship. Noted that we'll continue to consider new project proposals from Giant Skull. Giant Skull founder Asmussen stated the developer is in discussions with Hasbro and other companies regarding future publishing agreements. Things are good at Giant Skull. Yeah, working with Hasbro and with Wizards of the Coast is always a fiesta, dude. Gotta always be vigilant there. Can't get fucked at every turn and corner. The developer's goal was to craft a rich new Dungeons and Dragons universe, filled with immersive storytelling, heroic combat, and exhilarating traversal. Guess we're not gonna get that. Never lucky. Embracer Group announces plans to spin off Fellowship Entertainment. Structural change announced alongside Q4 results showing 24% net sales decline and a $765.2 million non-cash impairment. Then they're still taking L's there. The fourth quarter report will concentrate on its premium IP and development portfolio, including Kingdom Come Deliverance, Tomb Raider, Lord of the Rings, Dead Island, Darksiders, and Remnant. So also some fuckery going on. I'm gonna just like split games, Ubisoft style. All the successful stuff in one, everything else is another one. A remaining Embracer entity will focus on more efficient structure, tighter cost control, and disciplined capital allocation. All about the capital. Former Embracer CEO says Fellowship Entertainment spin-off is the most effective long-term solution. Have I heard any good news related to Embracer Group? I mean, they had like, you know, like a good run with during COVID and stuff, when the money was like pumping and they were just acquiring everything and pumping stuff. But then, poof, time to start taking L's now, and they can't stop. An open letter to shareholders, Lars Wingefors says a move is key to realizing full potential of undervalued IPs. A most effective solution. He is not CEO anymore, but he is the chair of the board, sharing his perspective, I see. Focus on a portfolio of IPs, including Kingdom Come Deliverance, Tomb Raider, Lord of the Rings. Embracer will prioritize more efficient structure, tighter cost control, and disciplined capital allocation. The main rationale to spin off Fellowship is to increase management focus to capture the full joint potential of the IPs, their respective communities, and some of the best game developers in the world. Just like Asmodee and Coffee Stain, believe Fellowship Entertainment will thrive the most by becoming its own standalone business. The assets held by Fellowship are among most undervalued in the industry. Feels my duty as the largest shareholder to change this and create a structure to realize their full potential. The Warhorse with Lord of the Rings game with the first person. But I think that's actually kind of doable. It depends though in which direction they will go exactly, right? But I mean, That's gonna be like, you know, Elder Scrolls like sorta, I guess. In terms of how it's gonna like play. If they go first person. Just like maybe with better, you know, melee combat. But also like trying to incorporate some like magicus and stuff in, I guess. Might be interesting. Might be interesting. I could see it being basically kind of the same view, same everything as like some fucking Skyrim or something. So I would say possible. Tamagotchi Life, Living the Dream tops April US sales. Overall video game spending reached 4.3 billion, up 3% from last year. What else do you have there in other interesting numbers? Damn, that hard. Tamagotchi Farming, Pragmata, Crimson Desert still was there. Windrose. Saras also was farming. Starfield Pog from number 218 to number 8. Now that's quite the jump there. I guess people did hope for that DLC to do something, but it actually didn't. But it actually was also dog. Xbox announces hire of a veteran analyst Matthew Ball as a chief strategy officer and AI and Amazon veteran as CTO. Matthew Ball. That's like the most favorite, you know, like at least like Russian-speaking person probably. Because if you twist it a little bit, it's gonna be Matthew Ball, which is basically like a fucked mother, you know. So, pretty nice name right there. Pretty nice name. The Nasapunk Dream Game, yeah. New hire as part of ongoing restructure of management team. Another one. So the AI Corpa also going in. Another one. Another one. I wonder if when they actually gonna like flip it completely into some AI Fiesta then. Cause sure they kind of like trying to like go really hard, telling that no, there's not gonna be any AI stuff, but then at the same time they're just recruiting all the people who were dealing with AI in some capacity. I mean, partially I guess you could say it's because like she knows them because they work together on AI like department. So maybe that's the reason, which is also kind of not the best thing, right? Like when the new CEO just kind of like, you know, gets all the friends and all the positions, that is not a good thing. So hard to say. It could be two things. It could be just a little bit of we do a little nepotism, or it could be just like there's some insane AI push coming. Oh, might be both actually. It might be both. Ubisoft's full financial year 26 financial report shows a sharp decline in revenue and net bookings. Quarter 4 performance also declined significantly year on year. Damn, Ubisoft suffering. Down 21.8% and 17.4% year over year, respectively, due to softer new release schedule and the new operating model. I mean, I guess they did have Anno and stuff, right? So that is kinda big. Strong rebound is expected. Full year revenue 1.4 billion. Oh, fuck. 419 for the 3 months. Rainbow Six Siege still pumping there. Division 2 saw net bookings more than double across the full fiscal period. Damn fun. Division before man. Report confirms 7 projects have now been cancelled, with 6 games delayed. The classic Corpa action then. Classic Corpa. Quantic Dream cancels first multiplayer title, Spellcasters Chronicles. Developer will begin internal reorganization as game servers go offline on June 19. Imagine trying to make a MOBA in the current year. What's going on with the one that, like, was it Amazon or who was making one with like those Giga Giants that you control with like the small army of little plebs running around? That was also kind of MOBA. And I haven't heard about that one for some time already. It's quite an interesting decision to try to pump some MOBAs, especially kind of like out of the blue, just like new franchise. Could kind of see it somewhat working if they would get like some, you know, like existing franchises, kind of like what Heroes of the Storm tried to do, right? But a bit better. But a bit better. Let's see, like I say, the entire franchise died between GTA 5 and 6. Insane. What else is there? This particularly challenging market environment, the game has not reached the audience needed to ensure its long-term sustainability. Have therefore made the difficult decision to refocus our efforts on the other projects rather. Yeah, March of Giants. Ah, Ubisoft actually did acquire that one. Oof. The Ubisoft MOBA. Alright. Guess we'll see how that goes. Probably not very good though. Former Housemarque game director launches Cosmic Division. Founder and CEO Harry Kruger says the studio will prioritize craftsmanship, fast iteration, and sustainable growth over scale. Based in Helsinki there. Brawlhalla UB. I mean, that I think was always the case now. If I remember correct, that is already that way for a very long time, at least. If not always, but at least for a very long time. Ugh. Dude, I didn't like get decent sleep, but I'm just like sitting and like, you know, falling asleep always while sitting. What is this shit? I'm gonna get some quality sleep here today in the evening. Just gotta survive until then. I just gotta survive. Says game director on Returnal helped define initial direction of Saris before full production. Everyone's making their own, all the insane amount of new studios and even more new publishers. Bungie planning significant layoffs as Destiny 2 development ends. Sony-owned developer has no immediate plans for Destiny 3 and other internal pitches have not been greenlit. Really now? What are they gonna be doing then though? Focus on Marathon? studio does not have a new project lineup for development team, and while staff have pitched new projects, none have been greenlit. So you're probably looking to sell things, so hard to say. Hard to say. Firm has no immediate plans to work on Destiny 3, according to Bloomberg sources, who did not confirm the number of jobs at risk. Marathon held to have fallen short of expectations, with Alinea Analytics projecting initial sales of 1.2 million units rather. Official almost 70% were on PC. That's kind of interesting, actually. Thought that would be a little more popular on consoles. $204 billion impairment charge against underperformance of Destiny 2 in its Q2 financial report. An additional $565 million charge in its most recent update. Even more money is there. Bungie, like many large developers, have made major staff cuts in recent years and plan to get more. I wonder what they're gonna be doing, like marathon support. I mean, it's kind of going, I guess. It's not a dead game per se. Like, what do we have left there? 70% you say on PC then. So basically, this what we're gonna see here is pretty much 70% of the player base. That ain't much, I guess. That ain't much, I guess. Will they actually keep it going for long and try to push content for it? I think they will for some time, for sure, because I mean, at least the reception is good. Maybe not a lot of people playing, but reception is good, so might try to, you know, to kind of push it over the hill, and maybe it'll be fine. NBA 2K, Zynga, and GTA drove Take-Two net bookings up 19% for 2026 fiscal year. Company forecast that net revenue could rise by as much as 30% in financial year 27 on the back of GTA 6. On GTA 6 they're probably gonna get not just 30% there, that's probably gonna be way more. Take-Two, dude, the full year, 6.2 billion. What the fuck, dude? Crazy. Joe Zilnik, Take-Two still believes its online shooter Project Ethos can be a massive hit despite high-profile failures. Also calls out astonishing sales performance of Red Dead Redemption, which has hit 85 million total sales. Not bad. Well, except for the Project Ethos. Apparently the stay, we have already tested that one, and it seems kinda like it's gotta be dog. It's gotta be dog. It went out with an open beta, and that we got a mixed response. Yep, and to put it mildly, I think. To put it mildly there. Material changes in development make sure we're delivering an A+ experience that consumers will love. Not even quadruple A+. Feel very good about how it's going, but it remains to be seen, and we still have work to do between now and launch. And GTA 6 is being overhyped a little. I mean, it's massively overhyped. The thing is, like, they mostly so far managed to deliver on that, though. Same with like Red Dead Redemption and stuff. So, and I mean, it's gonna be financially, it's gonna be mega success no matter what. Admiral. True, at least one. Like, financially it's gonna be success no matter what. Because it's GTA 6. Like, it might be like, you know, completely fucking steaming pile of shit, but it says GTA 6 on it, so people will go and buy that pile of shit and will be ready to pay fucking 100 or something bucks for it. No problems. Like if they're gonna like fuck up real hard, the next GTA already gonna be harder to sell that hard that much. But the current one, that one gonna sell real good.
I love you guys.
Ah, shoot, Panda. I'll come back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. The whole 8 years. Insane. GTA 6 underperforms, the entire industry will implode. I feel like they all kind of gonna somehow cope again. Like that's the fun part about all these like corpus and stuff. They always just fucking cope. Like instead of like kind of like being okay, maybe we're doing something wrong, you know. Maybe we're like like getting some mega budgets, trying to follow the like the guidelines that are failures basically, or lead to failure and stuff like that. Maybe we should change something. Like no. That never crosses their mind. They're always gonna find some big excuse why they should keep pumping like some fucking team-based shooters or something. Yeah, I think Jordy is enjoying it, Panda. Quote unquote. You invest like 2 billion in a single game and gets dank. But I mean, I think they make it no problems back. It's actually gonna be somewhere here soon. Shit, was it the one? I think there's like one article that kind of like PP poofed. Let me see. Which is like the main. Oh yeah, this one. No wait, no, that's Take-Two, but no, yeah, no, this one, yeah. Take-Two forecasts 8 billion in revenue in its next fiscal year thanks to GTA 6. So even if they dumped 2 billion in development, they still project 8 billion return. And even if it falls short and it's gonna be like bad, like I bet they're gonna make the money back. That I'm pretty sure they will. That I'm pretty sure they will. And again, they're gonna be trying to farm it later, right? You're gonna try to farm it later, like long term, basically. That might be harder though, because like for example with Red Dead Redemption, right, like all this online and stuff, even though it was more advanced, I think even online compared to GTA 5, that didn't really go anywhere, right? Like I think it just kind of like stopped getting any content whatsoever and just was like it's just there, maintenance mode sorta. Not sure actually, Panda, not sure actually. Not sure. I don't think we know, actually, yet even that much, really. So I guess we'll see. Build the Life Prospector. Damn, Steve still thinks I'm in Vietnam. Transaction friendly setting, I mean, true, I guess, true. Build Life Prospector is the GUI based hard sci-fi. Damn, the thought is hard now hearing that. Business work sim with economy simulation and RPG elements. Focuses on maintaining your ship's systems and your health while prospecting for asteroid claims to auction on simulated markets. Yeah, you get like some like insane dang shit, and then you have like 2 reviews on this one. Went full browser version, going full Vietnamese. I'll remove this. And then you have 2 people playing it, I guess. Let's get a real desk job. I mean, some of these could be kinda alright, but yeah, this one seems not very eventful, Like the Space Warlord organ trading sim, children trading sim, or whatever, right? Like that stuff is also pretty much just interface like the stock market interface simulation, but that shit is actually dank. That shit is actually kind of fun. And you know, the premise, the concept of the odds on that. Subnautica 2 mod makes creatures killable despite its devs' desire to convince players to use non-violent and more creative solutions. Freedom to bonk some sea life in the name of self-defense, that's what you want. Did it easy. Getting Subnautica 2 for the first time and then realizing they took away the ability to kill made me angry. Why take away a feature so simple, especially when it's a sandbox survival game? After seeing the devs tell people it won't be coming back and it doesn't suit their vision for the game, I thought, why not make it myself, having experience modding other games, so here we are. Bonk or blast away the health of aquatic creatures using your multi-tool or sonic resonator. This murders committed either 20 or 50 damage points at a time, depending on your implement of choice. Don't look to be overtly gruesome. Very fishy kill with either turn of their side. Keep floating stock still or ragdoll with the clouds of what could be escaping air or blue of blood being emitted from your victims. Ikagikalo, how we doing? That's Hisoka, I see. Could it be actually the attempt to chase some rating, maybe? I wonder. PPG 12, eh? I mean, it still does have violence there, though. So I assume it's kind of more or less the same rating. Can't do school shooting in the game. Damn, son, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. This one doesn't even have a rating, dude. No? First game didn't even. Same with below 0 even. Insane. I think that it might be like not something that you need to do, not something that good, but like kinda maybe should be an option. Why not? Why not? Survival sandbox, yeah. People still modded it in, that's it. And yeah, there's still violence in the ratings, so that they didn't get out of that, you know. If news did we get today? There was a couple already. Extraction shooter spin-off EVE Vanguard will let you salvage ships destroyed in EVE Online, and then flog the parts back to their owners. And more details revealed ahead of an alpha playtest in July. Wonder if this will be any good. The alpha playtest in July. July 7th to 20th. Company calls an economic bridge between EVE's Vanguard and Online. Ability to conduct on-foot Vanguard raids into ship graveyards containing parts salvaged from real player-owned ships that were destroyed in the MMO space dogfights, before putting those parts up for sale back inside EVE Online itself, thus opening potential lifeline for defeated ship captains desperate to reclaim their stuff, or perhaps more likely EVE Universe's biggest new hardware ransoming operation. That'll be kinda cool if they will make it. That would be kinda cool if they could make it. If you could be like in the separate, you know, shooter game and get some sort of like connection with the the Space Online one. I'm getting some like orbital bombardments or something. I'm not sure if it's even a thing in the either. And you can see that in game in the shooter. Could be kind of cool. Could be kind of cool. Load into war barges that will then appear back on EVO Online, where pilots can dock up and buy those modules with the mutaplasmids, which Vanguard players can use to permanently upgrade their Merc clone. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, well, yeah, and the multi-FPS orbital bombardments. So, like, one game they already had like this. Interesting, alright. We'll see what's gonna be about this one. Will it be any good? Arc Raiders turns to Denuva anti-cheat in hopes of curbing foul play. Embark say they are working to ensure minimal impact on performance. An update adds a new trader and grenade launcher. Denuva anti-cheat. Start May 19th. Oh, it's already in. I wonder how that goes. I wonder how that goes. So I can't like we have nice things anymore, doing it. Oh well, recent mixed. So I guess that doesn't go like perfectly. Still not too bad though, at least. Like anything gets popular, give it like a month or so, and it's gonna be full of cheaters. Cheater again. Oh, okay, I see. People molding with that. People molding about the PvP elements too. Alright. Make two different options, PvP, PvE. Alright. I kind of have a feeling that like that maybe is part of the thing that I was kind of like mentioning at the beginning. Like I think like you know the longer game kind of goes. There will be like kind of more turnover in PvE players, with them kind of like moving away to some other games and stuff, and the concentration of PvP endurers will kind of start growing, because I assume like the most, you know, like the die-hard fans will most likely be the PvP endurers. It's gonna be like kind of minority, but they're gonna be the most vocal, they're gonna be most die-hard and stuff, and they're gonna be sticking around and doing their PvP. So all the people who are just like enjoying, you know, the PvE aspect will kind of like start getting higher and higher concentration of the PvP-ness endurers in lobbies, and then they're just gonna start quitting or like molding and reviews, because now it's not as PvE as it used to be, since all the PvE players are already leaving. But actually not that much of a molding about the anti-cheat so far. I got like a lot of reviews with all the Dink hours already too. And cheaters do be annoying, eh? The life is full of cheaters? Well, I mean, as long as they're not, you know, just like headshotting you through the wall, basically. If they will start in life too, that will kind of suck probably. Like you at least still can, you know, do your life somewhat, even with cheaters around. In games it's a little different. In games you kind of can't enjoy that shit anymore, because it's just fucking unfun. The red positive, yeah. The red Moxen. Yeah, they got the new anti-cheat in finals actually. True. And to be honest, like in PvE mode, they could also like make that mode like the anti-cheat free, but that already kind of like two different clients or something. I guess that's a little harder to do, But I mean, none of the anti-cheats is kind of like perfect, right? Like the cheaters still go through the most involved and engaged anti-cheats anyway, even like in the stuff like Valorant, for example, right? With like the Omega anti-cheat that takes control over your whole fucking operation system. They still can get through. Way less, way harder, probably way more expensive to get like the toolkit like that to circumvent such defenses. But they exist. So it's still gonna be the same shit. At least in PvE mode, for example, there'll be dedicated one. A lot of people who don't even want PvP, right? They don't want to deal with cheaters, they at least will be like playing in their like sandbox and enjoying the game the way it is. And if someone says that they're gonna get bored of it, I mean, dude, they're gonna get bored anyway, because they don't want PvP, they don't want cheaters. But they might quit even faster if they're gonna get like griefed all the time and stuff. Outward 2 lines up a July release date with the promise that even your dusty old potato PC can run it. We'll see, we'll see. The Potato Specs PC trailer. What did they promise in terms of the... Who, sir? Who? Those better in release date. And didn't get the potato there indeed, eh? Ryzen 3 1300s, 8GB of RAM, GTX 960 actually, GeForce. What the fuck, dude? 25 gigs of storage. You can also go below a minimum and play our potato mode. Don't guarantee 100% gameplay parity, but it should be playable. There it is. The knife cut noodles, I see. I still have some barbecue left actually. The PC above minimum feels good, man. Feels good. Well, I hope that's gonna be exactly that, and there's not gonna be some like dink, you know, like freezes or something suddenly, all of a sudden, out of nowhere. That would be unfortunate. Subnautica 2's the user license agreement is causing a bit of a ruckus, but Unknown Worlds say they are looking into the current terms. Not allowed to use IP proxying or other methods to disguise the location of your use or device, meaning you can't use VPN while playing the game. Why? I don't know. Actually, yeah, I have some guesses. Maybe I have some guesses for that. Nah, seems like it's like everywhere. Like, why would they even give a fuck about it? Why would they even give a shit about the different region pretending and stuff? I don't know. Both have similar ULAs? They kind of do, yeah. I think so. I think they kind of do. So like more and more like the Coomer games that they're trying to hide as like non-Coomer games actually. Already was a second one also in the popular releases. You know, clearly Coomer, and Coomer stuff is not appearing in the Armenian region whatsoever. But they make them hidden there. Online game where access to it can presumably be revoked based on your IP address. Well, there's gonna be co-op, right? Which is not in yet, so maybe for that reason you can't use the VPN and shit. Can't engage in any acts prohibited by applicable laws are generally unacceptable by social norms. But whose norms are we talking about? ownership, explaining the usual thing of how you don't actually own the game or anything in it, but it also knows that if you make anything based on the game or even modified it in some way, the game's publisher Krafton will own it. Found works like art and the like. Gross, obviously also quite a common thing to find in these sorts of agreements. Yep, I think after, you know, after Blizzard back in the day made that fumble, losing Dota and everything, I think everyone who's kind of like making something high profile enough is trying to get like everything ownership on them. That is not exactly new. Arbitration on an individual basis means that you will not have, and you hereby waive, the right for a judge or jury to decide your claims. Whole thing is coded in legalese. True. That is also, I think, everyone tries to do. That is kind of like standard thing that they try to do, but then I think any normal country, the court will just say, fuck you, Leatherman. That statement has no power here, so welcome to proper court, bro. No arbitration or anything. The long-awaited Civilization 7 Test of Time update is here, bringing a huge suite of changes with it. There it is. Ultan already lost 5 hours of life, so must be alright, I guess. So now, yeah, now you can go with the classic mode without this like changing of like nations or something with new eras, which I haven't played, so I don't really even understand. That sounds kind of like a dumb idea from the get-go, so I just don't understand how it works and why it's there. 7 or 8 years is not that unusual. Diablo 4 lead says AAA games are taking longer to make, which is bad news for junior applicants. The best teams have all seniority levels, and those Blizzard and Ubisoft old-timer. Fewer junior openings at industry dreadnoughts like Blizzard and CD Projekt because companies prefer to hire juniors right at the start of development. This isn't ideal, and Doug suggested, because the best teams have a healthy mixture of crabby old wizards and sparky bantlings. Okay, he did not call anybody either a wizard or bantling, maybe next time. Offered his thoughts during presentation at this year's Digital Dragons conference about what working on a AAA game is really like. A much bewangled buzzword, of course. Doug, who worked at Ubisoft, Google, and Epic before joining Microsoft's military entertainment subcomplex, defined in the broad strokes as the biggest, the best, and the most technologically advanced. Usually hundreds of people per team, hundreds of millions of dollars for budgets. Games are usually released on all possible platforms unless they're exclusives, and they take 3 or more years to make. 3 is like, it was the Jedi Survivor, right? I think that they were bragging that we finished this one in 3 years, and that shit is still not fucking fixed on PC whatsoever. Obviously varies by the production, but that last thought echoes what the sort of Tencent, Unity, and the Hooded Horse execs told game developer in September last year. The C-suit herd attributed the lengthening of development cycles to the photorealism arms race, which, like, even in AAA is not like, you know, the only style that they use. I think there's plenty of non-photorealistic games too. A greater pressure to both bugs, and they fucking fail at that too. Bad communication within massive teams, that I totally see. Spoken to a few industry people myself about increasing production length, but I've never really considered the implication for job applicants with less experience. During question and answer after the presentation, a younger indie character artist observed that there appeared to be fewer junior roles open at companies like CD Projekt, and that companies now have higher expectations even for junior applicants. I agree that the bar is really high even for a junior position, but as I mentioned in my presentation, I think it was always like that. Even for a junior position, it didn't mean that you don't know how to do your job. You still need to have experience, maybe not working experience, but you know, from your personal projects and things like that. To answer the fact that there are less junior positions, I think it depends. Depends on what stage the project currently are. So usually when big companies start new projects, there are going to be more open roles for all seniority levels, especially juniors, because they know they're going to have time for those juniors to learn on the job. But if the game is already in full production and they just need some roles, they just usually open senior positions. And because the cycle of the productions is getting longer and longer, it might take years for a big company like Blizzard or CD Projekt to start a new project and start opening those roles. A younger developer had a follow-up question. In general, is it more valuable to hire somebody with less experience at the start of the project and build them up over the course of production? The best teams have all seniority levels, because when you only have seniors or and principals, those people are usually there for a long time and they're very good at what they're doing, but maybe not as excited as junior people that come in. And also junior people bring more fresh ideas. I think recently Expedition 33 was a great example of what a passionate team of junior people can achieve. Yeah, Dim, exactly. Exactly, like, you know, like, you finished like some medical university and stuff, and you want to apply to become a doctor, and they're like, oh bro, you just need to do like a couple of like illegal surgeries somewhere in the, you know, in your back room or something, and then come here with results, and we're gonna get you as, you know, as a junior surgeon assistant or something. But yeah, just like, you know, cut someone a little bit first. Sounds kinda PP again, really. Not entirely sure and characterize the Expedition 33 developers as junior in terms of either depth or breadth of CV. Pick a few names from their stuff page. Sandfall Studio founder Guillaume Broche is a former narrative lead at Ubisoft Shanghai, an associate producer for The Division 2 and Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Lead writer Jennifer Swedbergian is a former investment banker who briefly worked at NASA. Well, I mean, that doesn't exactly kind of like help you with, you know, with writing the game, though, with being a lead writer, working in NASA and being a banker. I'm not sure if it improves those skills. Gameplay programmer Victor Aboulé had several years at Splash Damage, Cyanide, and Vertro under his belt. But I mean, the point is real there. Going to video game company interview and hearing that the previous applicant worked at NASA. A likely story, I'd have scoffed. Give me the gig, Gramps. Exactly, Dim, exactly. Have your own personal project, though, there for a bit. The rumors were true. Warhorse are making an open-world Lord of the Rings RPG alongside a new Kingdom Come game. So yes, it's specifically open-world Middle-earth RPG, Lord of the Rings, and just a new Kingdom Come adventure. Not RPG, nothing. And apparently it's also gonna be releasing... Doesn't say here anything, right? Yeah. But yeah, there is already, I think it's already known that it's gonna be released in like financial year 27. So I think it's gonna be latest is gonna be like spring 28, I think, or something. So a bit less than 2 years already. KCD Mobile Gacha, yeah. I probably already wait from here, whatever. Alright. Did say the rumors were true, yeah. That it did. 2030 later sounds optimistic. I mean, as I said, it's probably like not like KCD 3 or something. It's some sort of spin-off game. So it's not necessarily gonna be massive or something. It might be like kind of small-ish. Not to mention, they probably already developing it already at this point for like at least a year, like in the main team mood, like looking at the quality of DLCs and how people weren't really happy about them. I assume, you know, DLCs probably weren't exactly the main team working, I guess. So they probably released the game and moved on already to work on other stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're kind of big enough now also, right? Yeah, like a couple of projects at the same time. So yeah, I assume it's some sort of like spin-off game that will be kind of like smaller budget, smaller time investment. As I mentioned, it maybe is going to be something that's going to be releasing alongside the movie that they kind of making, you know. The top-down roguelike, yeah. Deck builder or dice builder, you know. Just a dice game in the tavern. But yeah, it could be like something that they're going to be trying to release together with the movie, just to kind of like, you know, cross-pollinate the crowd with the hype, both in gaming and in movie side. Maybe something like that. Because yeah, I think like the main thing here is this, like, that's probably some massive, you know, monies in this one. And the Middle-earth RPG is gonna be some massive money, most likely. Because they need to get the license, you know. And they need to pay royalties and stuff for that. There's some sort of like quality control, expectations. So yeah, that is probably the massive shit. I mean, I'm curious. Standalone blacksmith game, yeah, for portable specifically, true. Dating sim, yeah. Could be. Yeah, I mean, besides they probably kind of, I would assume, a lot of people who working on all the Kingdom Comes and now also working on the Middle-earth RPG, you know, I guess sometimes you just kind of want to maybe like do some sort of like side project that is not RPG, you know, something else. Something to refresh yourself a little, do something different. A roguelike can be anything. Krafton exec is very tired of being pitched Balatro with different cards. Genre is a misnomer. Damn son, that mad. That mad. Like the trend cycle in gaming is just getting shorter and shorter. When asked how pitching developers should choose between pursuing a popular fad or striking out afresh. Remember when survival crafting was a big thing? Was. And then it was, you know, deck building roguelikes. Was. I've had maybe 250 roguelike deck builders in the last 12 months. I don't know how to choose. Would you? Like they're all Balatras with different cards. I don't know how to choose one. You know, I feel like it's a skill issue then, to be honest. Like if you don't understand shit in the deck builders, then and you're a publisher, then either get people who understand, or just kind of like specifically have a list of like genres that, you know, you kind of ready to review and decide if you want to publish. Like Hooded the Horse, for example, right? They have like very specific niche. It's like mostly like strategies, you know, like tactical turn-based, deck building, management. They have this kind of stuff. And I'm pretty sure considering they basically publishing like almost exclusively like banger after banger. That like there was like the Viking one that was kind of like mixed and not super well received. They had some issues, but mostly they just kind of like nailing every release that they publish like good. So they are people who understand how it works. And that's a roguelike deck builder problem, he went on. I'm sorry if anybody here is making a roguelike deck builder, but the genre is too narrow for you to differentiate far enough from anything else, right? Genre is a misnomer. Roguelike isn't a genre. Roguelike can be anything. It can be a FPS or a deck builder, anything. If you tell me you have a roguelike game, I have no idea what you're making. True. But what if they, you know, making specifically roguelike deck builder? General tips about trend chasing, beginning with the chilly argument that you are more likely to succeed once if you can afford to fail several times over. trying to follow the keyword that's hot on Steam. If you can execute it in a month, fine. If you can pound out 12 roguelike deck builders in a month and see what sticks, sure, do it, right? Might even fund it, but if you bring me one roguelike deck builder that's going to take you a year and a half, I don't know if I will be playing that in 2028, right? You will? I mean, we do already like for like over 10 years we do, and I don't see that changing really, dude. So you have to think about what trends you're following and how low that barrier of entry is. If you're sitting there thinking, I can make a friend slope game, yep, so could everyone probably. If it's easy for you, it's probably easy for everyone else. So if you're spending a very small amount of money, taking a very small amount of risk to get something out there very quickly to see what happens, great. If you're betting your life on a very low risk, low barrier to entry genre, really think about how many people actually play that, right? Really think about how big that space is. And again, it was Friendslop last year, and this year, I don't know what it is right now. It is still. So publisher exactly feels most comfortable working with developers who are nuts about a particular genre, even if that genre has lost its monetization mojo. Steam sales soon, end of June, right? I think was it, something like that. So not like super soon. Not super soon. We'd rather work with, RPG players who have only played RPGs and they want to make their RPGs, and that's going to deliver in 2029. I have no idea if the market is going to be hot or not, but at least I can trust the team and their obsession about RPGs and the experience they bring from having played or made other RPG games. And that goes for every genre. Even if it's a roguelike deck builder. The rule. Corporate cheating trends. I think it's actually kind of like this speech here right now is actually good, like lesson, I guess. The corporate doesn't even understand trends. They brought them on things that the deck builders was. Friendslop also like last year, and this year I don't know what it is right now. Like, they pretty fucking clueless basically. It looks like. Like I assume there are some genres where they kind of know a thing or two that they kind of focused on. I mean, Krafton, like I don't think they publish that many like deck builders or anything. I don't think so, huh? So they obviously like not dealing with that kind of stuff, and they don't understand, what's actually trendy and what's going on. And then it might be kind of late for them to adapt. And that's why there's either like the special kind of publishers that are focused on that kind of games, that are like, kind of trying to catch the trend and stuff. Or it's just self-published. Like the big corporate, I guess, too rigid probably to keep up with that shit. Deus Ex, Saints Row, and Time Splitters might be lent out to external partners, Embracer say, possibly paving the way for new entries. Or, they might continue rotting in the great Embracer's shed. That I think everyone should learn from Ubisoft, unironically. Unironically, you have something to learn from Ubisoft. Just get, look at new heroes and just do the same. Just literally just like, all right, you pitched us something good, looks nice, here's the name of the brand, use it, just pay us money, done. No investments of time, money, no spending, just like the name that you're not using anyway, just like give it to someone semi-decent and there you go. Not to mention you're Embracer and your reputation is already fucking dog shit, and worst case you're just gonna do another like regrouping, remaking of like all those companies, conglomerates, and like everyone already lost who you are. So even if someone will make some kind of bad game in the franchise, I mean, you have like fucking 50 other franchises, whatever, just let this one rest now in the shed for like a decade, and then like when people start missing it, pull it out again. Done. True 500, true. This thing was said by Embracer boss Lars Wingefors in an open letter to investors, put out as part of the publisher's decision to split into two companies. I'll see again. Embracer itself and Fellowship Entertainment, yeah. And even then they already have like different stuff. Like they have, yeah, which ones? Studios, Kingdom Come Deliverance, alright. Tomb Raider devs Crystal Dynamics, also in the Fellowship. Others, Asker, Wreckfest publishers THQ Nordic and Screamer devs Milestone are among those staying under Embracer. Alright. Then there's also Deep Silver and some other publishers that are also part of THQ and part of Embracer. So like it's like you already don't even know who to hate if they fail your favorite franchise. The structure is too confusing, dude. A new Assassin's Creed, Far Cry and Ghost Recon games will release by early 2029, say Ubisoft, who are also dumping cash into a first playable generative AI experience. Oof. Yves Guillemot says this coming year will be a financial low point with a softer release slate and restructuring costs. First playable generative AI experience. Oof. Like they always try to just jump on like all the like the buzzwords and trends. Like why not try to be innovative in like, you know, the games you make, you know, like something cool and interesting instead of trying to like get another NFT game or something, or now like some AI game and some shit. Gotta like stop it, dude. Stop it. Alright, you see game, enjoy. Sounds good, man, sounds good. Enjoy the bouldering. Banking heavily on Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. There was some news about that one. Also, New York's case that Steam loot boxes are gambling is a free speech violation that will have an impermissible chilling effect on protected video game design, argue Valve. Then the holy Gaben, not so holy. People enjoy surprises, say lawyers in motion to dismiss. Can be defined as gambling under state law because they are bought with virtual currency which can be used for other purposes and have no real value as cash or property. They also position a lawsuit as an attack on free speech, while to my eye anyway, skirting around the claim that loot box design and presentation can be inherently manipulative. The term mystery box throughout, one of many sanitized euphemisms for a loot box. Players do not stake or risk anything when they open a mystery box or use Counter-Strike 2 armory credits. Rather, they pay a fixed amount of virtual currency to get exactly one skin from a known set of options pursuant to publicly disclosed odds. You know, they like mention the armory credits and stuff, like virtual currency, armory credits. Like it's never mentioned like how you get that currency. You know, like it's not actually something you like farm in the game. You know, you fucking buy it with real money there. Erect a marriage for the loot boxes. Monkaes. Yeah, people can. I mean, that is exactly the gambling, dude. That is exactly it. Exactly it. Maybe even kind of like, I would say even a little worse because first of all, yeah, again, you just kind of like play with the virtual currency, which again, like regular gambling, well, not all of it, right? The gambling also is different, like betting, all that kind of stuff. Like usual casino, you also basically buy special currency, right? The chips and stuff that you use to play later. So it is also kind of the same, and the chips also kind of don't have any value outside of, you know, casino, right? Like you can go buy something with them. But that's still gambling though. And then yes, they'll have the addictive things. You can sell that stuff, which, I mean, I guess they can argue that it's not, you know, like their official marketplace. It's like if someone wants to buy this absolutely useless piece of air, that's on them, which, I mean, partially is fucking true, not gonna lie. Cannot exchange the chips for real money. Well, in casino you can. You exchange real money to chips, and then when you're out, you go to cashier again and exchange it back, basically. And you can go outside of casino with chips and buy something, for example, but it's still a surrogate, basically. Like, not a currency, but it's a surrogate. So you kind of like the gacha operates and stuff nowadays. If you think about it, you know, they weren't the first ones who made all these like shitload of currencies and everything. We already had that all in the good old casinos. Which is kind of hinting on maybe a little bit of, you know, inspiration connection there. Same as spending on random stuff instead of loot boxes just don't have a good money management. Well, I mean, you can say that about anything, really, yeah. Like, you know, like that guy's drinking like too much because bad money management, you know, he's spending so much on the booze because of the money management. But in fact, there is the underlying factor of having the actual fucking addiction. Like with my friend, for example, like he knows that he has that problem. He can't do anything with it. He just like goes and buys fucking booze every once in a while, a lot of it for days. And the same with gambling addiction, you know, like, yeah, I have no bad money management, but, you know, got some money, want gamba. I want it, this time I'll be lucky for sure. I'll get that, you know, like, I'll get that knife or like the glove or whatever, right? And just like buy it, or like sell it and get all the money back, you know. The same shit. Yes, you did, I see. Change the legislation for that stuff, alright. Yeah, just like you have all the odds and stuff nowadays. Absolutely. Like I'm not against it completely, right? Like just like say what it is and regulate it as what it is and done. Like if someone wants to, you know, gamble, like I don't care if you can afford it. That's your choice. Do it. No problems. To just like it should be disclosed because people don't understand that. Like I've never been to casino and I'm not really interested whatsoever. But I did spend shit on fucking loot boxes back in the day. Absolutely. It was like more kind of reasonable money management, thankfully. Because I just had like some in-game currency that I accrued through different means. By buying some bundles for like, you know, a premium account for some premium vehicles in War Thunder actually there was. So I had some like gold that was like, you know, part of those bundles, and I just had a bunch of it on my account, and I kind of didn't really need anything. And they were loot boxes, and I dumped in the end all that gold on those loot boxes. So I didn't really feel bad about it because I mean I had that gold and I had nothing to do with that gold anyway. And actually, it should also be a bit of a difference is what you can do with what you get from those loot boxes. Like I can see this like, you know, argument from like Electronic Arts or some shit, for example, right? Hey Glorious, hello. Nice, nice. Good luck, safe travels, man. Like let's say like FIFA or something, right? You got like some Messi or some shit, right? Like you can trade him or something, if I remember correct, right? I might be wrong, maybe they changed that already. Like you got him for yourself to play. Like you can't sell it, you can trade it, you can't exchange it to something unless you like sell the account or some shit, right? So that's a bit different. It's still bad, but it's like at least, you know, the result that you get is not something convertible. Like you just waste money. So some people at least, not all, but some people at least might understand that it's just kind of like, well, that's a waste of money basically. I'm just getting this for myself. But when it comes down to, for example, Counter-Strike with the boxes and knives and everything, you get something that you can trade you get something that some people literally just like keep and invest money in. There was this like fucking giga crash, right, of the economy when you were able to craft some of this stuff all of a sudden, and the prices for all those knives kind of dropped and stuff, and people were like, you know, just like investing in them because they can sell them, right? So this in their hands, that's already not just not just kind of like wasting money, it's investment. I'm gonna keep that knife and sell it later because, I mean, yeah, some of the skins and boxes and everything, they did increase in price like crazy in Counter-Strike. But that also kind of creates this like false sense of like, oh yeah, I'm like doing something not completely degenerate. I'm not just gambling. I'm like, you know, I'm a trader now. I'm an investor, without thinking that, you know, yeah, there's gonna be like one patch and all your shit just becomes, you know, like trash that loses most of its value, or something else, like complete changes like in trading, for example. Like Valve get tired of all this like gambling, or they actually get hit with being cold gambling and they start tightening the screws and like, you know, completely like making skins like unmovable and stuff or some shit, and all your investment becomes nothing. At least now you have like 10 fucking different knives, I guess, to play with. The gambling part, yeah, just as I said, I don't really care about it. Like, people want to do it, do it. Like, I'm not against casinos and stuff. Like, sure, like, we can protect people from, like, you know, all the degeneracy. All we can do is give some sort of, like, you know, safety rails, guidelines, and explanations, and, you know, like clear warnings that, yo, you right now are partaking in gambling. There it is. If it's an adult consenting, you know, human, go for it. Do whatever you want. Your call. A profit margin, a holy city builder that combines the joy of trade routes with the terror of God. Zeus demands a fresh shipment of novelty-sized lightning rods. Karlspog. Karlspog. Thriving settlements weave intricate trade routes. Optimize complex supply chains to earn divine boons. A master meditative city builder where a board game logic meets a deep resource management. A reluctant real-time with pause strategy puzzle where every decision is yours to undo. Some insane chains there. Damn glorious, never lucky, never lucky. Never lucky, that one might be interesting. Squabble over Disco Elysium's legacy continues as Hopetown Studio recruit another ex-Zaum dev while dropping a new trailer on Zero Parade's release date. There it is. Another look at the journalist RPG. The fight continues, man. The fight continues. Yeah, like the whole recap of that, I'm not gonna be going. We've already been through this recap, you know, as it was, you know, unfolding in front of us for years. That's quite the fiesta they're going with the Zaum stuff. There's so many, like, the spin-off studios now. It's crazy, and the original studios there that has nothing left from the original people, basically, I think. Well, at least none of the, you know, main people and like the senior developers. Oh damn, good. Let's see. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Missed everything. Hope at least you didn't lose all the money on that. Hopefully. Stop Killing Games petition on game server switch-offs will get a reply before the summer. I mean, there's like a week. Let's see, let's see. That's good. European Commission promised during latest debate. Been waiting for European laws for a while to come. I just hope we don't have to wait as long as we've been waiting for GTA 6. And there it is. Petition that the body currently putting together will be forthcoming before the summer. Campaign has pulled together quotes from some of the contributions. ABPs who support Stop Killing Games call for publishers to be legally required to put concrete end-of-life plans in place for games when they shut servers down. These remarks include MP Catarina Vieira uttering the immortal words, "We've also sometimes waited many years for great European laws to come. Just hope we don't have to wait as long as we've been waiting for GTA 6 to see a proposal from the Commission." Still 3 weeks? I mean, it's a week technically. Like June, I think already is supposed to be summer at least. June 21st, like the official summer start. I guess I'm like too old school. I was always, you know, June, July, August, summer, you know, September, October, November, autumn, December, January, February, winter. And that's how it kind of usually goes. That's how it usually goes, at least, the summer months. No, so this one actually going. This one actually going. So the summer vacations and school starting at basically end of May, I guess already, and until September too. Splinter Cell veteran says realistic modern lighting has screwed up stealth games. It gets very hard to tell what's light, what's shadow, what's dark, what's safe. This is why Sam Fisher's comeback is taking so long. I think one of the difficulties with modern stealth games is the sophistication in the rendering has made lighting so much more realistic. Simulation of, say, diffusion, light scattering from different surfaces makes stealth games so much harder to read. When you think about those old school stealth games, because of their baked lighting, the lighting is very clean and readable and very understandable for the player. Once you get into this diffuse and ambient occlusion and all of the stuff that comes with it, it gets very hard to tell what's light, what's shadow, what's dark, what's safe, what's dangerous, and all of that stuff. Stealth game developers always had to think carefully about how to communicate these things, of course. Original Thief introduced the concept of a light gem, providing a more digestible, abstract indication of how hidden you are. Splinter Cell Sam Fisher wears ludicrous headlamps that somewhat perversely indicate when he's well concealed by making him more visible. Clay's Mark of the Ninja desaturates your character when you're in the shadow. Still can't deny the point that as a player I often struggle to know how visible I am in a game with the latest hi-fi lighting tricks. Let's see, Nick, I say. Did you want to go see the Pope? Part of it is also just lighting direction. When you go and see a play on stage, lighting is often super dramatic, so you can do it with real lights. It's just that, you know, these places are often lit to be very realistic and not lit to be aesthetic to purpose for stealth gameplay. Yes, Nick, I see. There would be some learning if we wanted to really use these modern lighting techniques to have a really pure stealth experience. You know, people who go ahead and make that game, I think, need to do some really deep thinking. And that is still possible. Well, I mean, if you have some sort of indication that shows how stealthy you are, then yeah, absolutely. I do think so. I do think so. You can somewhat clearly indicate if you kind of hidden or not through something, again, some magic or some shit. But that I think is easy. If not, then yeah, that might be a little kind of tricky sometimes with all the light. It kind of sucks to use, yeah, some sort of like extra mechanics or some special vision or something for those things, yeah. And without them, it's kind of tricky, yeah. After months of leaks and building expectations, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is a surprisingly clumsy remake with bugs and parkour missteps marring my 3-hour preview. Well, I'm gonna be going through all the preview, but seems like it's maybe not gonna be as smooth, in the remaster. We'll see, we'll see. Many of the bugs will be squashed ahead of release. Across the 3-hour preview session, most of the game was stable. However, if they do still remain in launch, I don't want to have pasted over them at this stage, especially because with the remake of an already beloved game, it should arrive with a level of polish that justifies its existence. Well, I mean, it's a preview version and stuff, so hopium. Paradigms continues to sound promising with the roadmap outlining 3 updates the Sims would normally charge for. Well, we'll see if it's gonna be in Zoe 2 or this one actually will do it. Or this one will actually do it. Guess we will see. God is dead and heaven has gone corporate. Grindset TV. Let's see. Seems like some dinkin. Yeah, Critical Reflex publisher, I see. Okay, this one, you know, gonna be fucking load in. There we go. Oh, the bitrate are gonna love this game. Away to Dinkin. Some way to Dinkin, but not sure if it's my GM though. I might kinda way to Dinkin. And yeah, the bitrate will be also probably very dog in this one. And this Smyg grind set, one and only. PlayStation State of Play announced coming June 2nd. There we go. Tuesday, dude. Well, I mean, that might be fine. We'll see. I kinda doubt. Yeah, I kinda doubt we're gonna go on Tuesday anyway. So Tuesday evening, I probably will be able to do it on my second evening stream. Alright. Get some like charging station around here too. Would be nice. Would be nice. Well, actually, I get some. Could be like the extender for the outlet arriving, but I will go pick after stream probably. And get that going. Hey Quark, hello. How are we doing? See, we'll see about the second. I'll try. Why watch a PlayStation 5 State of Play? Well, because, I mean, I'm not watching just for myself, you know, and some of the news I cover I also don't really care about, but I still cover them because they're news, you know. Damn, Quark, the Giga clean in there. Monka is... Traumatizing well cleaning. See, I will try. Not sure yet. I'm actually gonna ask my friend. Maybe he will answer fast enough. Oh, he haven't. Hasn't checked the previous message, so not gonna be fast with the response. Probably. Yeah. Well, gonna ask later then. By the way, I'm show free. Yeah, know the feel. Been there not long ago. Yeah, at least in this time zone it's better with the shows and stuff. A little. 11 is still, you know, not super early, but that's at least doable. So yeah, we'll try Tuesday. The weather's gonna be dog shit, so I kinda doubt we're gonna be like on Tuesday evening already going, and most likely gonna go like Wednesday in the morning. Wednesday gonna be a day off. So most likely. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna talk to him. I wonder if we go even, because it seems like it might be only two of us also, because third friend is kinda like the one who was with us in Armenia before. He seems kinda like he's depression maxing for a while already. Because I can't get any answers from him really much about some of the other gatherings we have with friends, so it's gonna be interesting, probably trying to get him out of that. See, we will, but most likely we'll watch, but we'll see. If we go on Tuesday, then maybe we're just gonna watch with my friend, actually. He has PlayStation, so he'll be watching it for sure. Doing just like good old times. Get some birgis and watch together. We'll see. I mean, if I will be watching this one, I will be doing it on the second channel, because it's in the evening. Like, way off of my, you know, prime time. And I'm not their official co-streamers or something, so... The bingo card, kind of not really practicing that stuff, but I mean, if there will be a good one, why not? It's gonna be probably like not very long one though. It seems like what was Wolverine, right? Well, at least it's expected, I guess, featuring Marvel's Wolverine. So we'll see. It might be not even that long, and it might be not even that many games presented. Like an hour maximum, probably. Square Enix needs to modernize its IP, former exec says. popular JRPG franchise could do a better job of meeting young people where they're at. For example, he hypothesized the fun that a K-pop Demon Hunters X Final Fantasy collaboration could be. I mean, you could do it in the MMO one, but sure. Failed to bring its IP to a new generation. One of Square Enix's biggest mistakes was to let MiHoYo make a Genshin Impact instead of Square Enix. Huh? Fuck are you on about? Yeah, the biggest mistake was to not make a blockbuster that made billions. Yep, that was a mistake, bro. You fucked up. Keep bringing 2B everywhere, true. Magic the Gathering had outside of its original medium. Kingdom Hearts is an example, saying that the series showing how Final Fantasy lore could potentially mesh with other properties. Interesting to see Final Fantasy XIV used as the technical basis for the building a new free-to-play experience that continuously updates through modern collaborations. So, dude basically wants to make Final Fantasy XIV into some fucking Fortnite. So used to being slow that it can't imagine what life would be if it acted fast. A lot of internal red tape. CEO's job is to make a decision and cut that red tape so that innovation flourishes. I don't think just like making a fucking Fortnite out of Final Fantasy is an innovation, brother. Like, I don't see innovation in that. If anything, I feel like them trying to kind of like meet that new audience, especially with the recent Final Fantasy, right, ended up with them kind of losing the old audience and not getting any fucking new audience almost. So yeah, that sounds kind of PP, guy. Well, at least 14, yeah, sure, you can use as the crossover Fiesta. Yeah, Quag, apparently like you could get like some tickets or something for State of Play, yeah. Like it's gonna be in person, I guess, or something. So yeah, I'm not sure if they are like, you know, that bad. Let's see, Potato, I see. I don't think that I don't think that's the way to meet new generation. I don't think so. Like if some like absolutely irrelevant random game has like crossover with the game or medium show whatever I like, I don't think I'm gonna go really there. Like the only time I did basically was when like Fortnite had the Fallout collaboration, right? And I went to play Fortnite, but that was pretty much because I was kind of curious to play it because they kind of did it in a good way also. I mean, it's a good game in general. It's a nice shooter. Just to go in, do a little bit of shooting. And they got all this like, you know, post-apocalyptic wasteland stuff and you could drive cars and shoot from cars and stuff. So I just went because of that mostly. And at the same time got those skins because like why would I need those skins if I don't play the game? Like I got those skins like when it was like 24, like 2 years ago I got those skins. And as soon as I got them, I just uninstalled the game and I never played since. And I don't know if I will ever, really. Maybe there'll be something interesting for me again to try to play, and I will use those skins then. But mostly I just did it for funsies. And yeah, I don't think there's like that much action going on. Like you can make it free to play, but what then? Even though like I think it could be maybe not Final Fantasy XIV, but like some other kind of like a live service Final Fantasy, kind of like Genshin, let's say, that would be free to play and full of different crossovers, and it should be kind of good also, so people start playing that shit, right? And then through that, you already kind of like introduce people with like Final Fantasy World, so they can go for free, play the live service, right, with all those crossovers and stuff like that, and maybe get curious about like other games in the series and that there's the proper MMO going on, and that there's single player ones with the story, and they all have this like overarching characters and things like this. That might be kinda alright, but I don't think you need to transform your usual games into this trash, to be honest. Take-Two plans to release 29 titles through financial year 2029. 3 new core franchise debuts. Financial year 2029. It's through okay, I was like, what the fuck, 29 in the year? No, it's like, it's until then, alright. True, true. I mean, to be honest, if you want to really kind of like transform it that way, you probably need to make what Payday did. Just make like official licensed Final Fantasy experience in Roblox, make the same one in Fortnite, get the skins in Fortnite, done. That's how you do it. Don't touch your games even, just like put your games out there where the Zoomers are, I guess. That's it. Take-Two confirms GTA 6 release date hasn't changed. Big news, huh? Nice. Faithkeeper. Handcrafted world, ruins whisper of past cataclysms. Master the art of sword and sorcery and forge your path with relics, spells and choices that shape who you become in this first-person RPG. That sounds really good on paper, except like the early access part though. Our early access for 15-hour game, wait, really? Like all this yapping, dude, I don't know. You need to get this way earlier. Like, no one gives a fuck about your amazing universe and stuff. And when no one knows what kind of studio you are and what kind of franchise you do. Like, if you're like Todd with new Elder Scrolls, yeah, sure, show the epic, story trailers. With new games and stuff, you and no one, kind of, like, not to be offensive, but just, the statement of fact there. Then you probably need to start with some Boogie Woogie gameplays, rather than insane story. Yep, early access. Early access on PC this winter. See? Like... So Spain is not the only one weird, I guess. Starting summer, like, in the end of June. Someone has a winter in June, That depends on the hemisphere and stuff, obviously, right? Yeah. 3070 in both minimum and recommended. Monka is... I guess this kind of like more of a, placeholder here for now. I mean, it might depend. Like, for some games, including RPGs, like, early access could be actually kind of good. I usually like... try not to deal with RPG in early access because, I mean, it's gonna change many times, and it's like, you know, story centered usually. This one kind of seems like it might be more gameplay centered though, so we'll see. Hey, hello. But like the story narrative center stuff, I rather prefer wait for 1.0 and then go in. Unless it's kind of, you know, the like the chapter based, like so you can like finish one chapter and then, you know, like next chapter is unlocking during early access. But that means that they're not returning and not reworking the chapter that you already finished, for example, which is rare. Forza Horizon 6 surpasses 6 million players. Blame the farm. The farm, 6 million players. Is it on Game Pass actually? Because then the amount of players is a little less relevant because a lot of people in Game Pass. But it's still got really good numbers on Steam and stuff, so I would assume it's still sold really good. Huh? Microsoft canceled the Xbox Game Pass family plan because of Electronic Arts. Son. Cancellation of planned family tier for Xbox Game Pass wasn't actually Microsoft's fault. It's testing a family plan for Game Pass, giving up to 4 users access to the library, even implementing it in Ireland and Colombia before being shelved. He was told that EA, a long-term contractee of Xbox Game Pass, fully hated the idea. He also described company's involvement as doing the absolute bare minimum, refusing to put Xbox PC native versions with Play Anywhere or Xbox achievements out. Yeah, the EA Play membership is part of the Game Pass, so I guess they also didn't want to share their membership with everyone there. Let's see how it is. CDPR reveals major cyberpunk mistake it won't make again. Like you just kind of like skip, you know, most of the article, and there's gonna be like one sentence most likely. And developers had to reimagine the iconic title for a modern audience, but found that no technical knowledge preserved from that time. Fortunately, the team tasked with working on this remake was made of CDPR devs who could fill these gaps with an injection of this lost tribal knowledge. Documentation was the problem, alright. Lacked the foresight to plan years ahead and now has nothing left from that time. Title beginning from a blank slate, and it was also a massive project. The dev team used a tool called Confluence to document development progress, but after 8,000 pages, the project kept getting bigger and the documentation kept losing value. Phantom Liberty DLC also fell victim to this problem, with the team now moving to a cloud instance of Confluence. The issue here was that documents were divided between cloud and local storage, which made it difficult to understand not only for CDPR but for their outsourced partners. Adrian Fulnicek advised, if you can, don't divide between platforms or different tools. You have to link very clearly between them. Team now established new requirements and the new definition of done. Now when passing through each stage of development to reach the next, one of the main requirements is documentation. Through this process, the knowledge becomes a shared asset, meaning that an issue resolved in The Witcher 4 can be used to improve Cyberpunk and so on. All the documents then. Valve removes a free horror game because it contained malware that stole users' data. Damn, another one. The game called Beyond the Dark, launched in December 2024, wasn't particularly successful or well rated, earning a mixed score based on 39 reviews. However, one YouTuber named Eric Parker investigated the game, explaining that it contained hidden malware in a file called Unity Player DLL. YouTuber has over 200,000 subscribers, accumulated on 138,000 views on his YouTube video as of the time of writing. You can watch YouTube video about how the game was stealing data below. An investigation prompted Valve to remove Beyond the Dark from Steam, although they have yet to make an official comment about why the game was removed. Well, we can guess. Game description reads, I mean, partially we can read at least that description. Nothing there that suggests it will steal your data. Well, that would change everything, dude. If you willingly install malware, then I guess that's different, eh? You should keep it there as long as it's disclosed. CI Games ends a Lord of the Fallen 2 PC publishing deal with Epic Games. There it is. It will not affect the ongoing cooperation between the parties in relation to the Unreal Engine, Epic Online Services, Epic Account Services, or the company's participation in the Fortnite ecosystem. And each of these relationships will continue and remain governed by their respective separate agreements. Delaying the disclosure of the confidential information to the public was justified on the grounds that its immediate disclosure could have prejudiced the company's legitimate interests. Damn, the Gigacorp speech. The agreement was conditional in nature. Furthermore, under the agreement, company undertook not to disclose its execution prior to its entry into force. So now it is over, terminated as of April 14th. Damn, actual PC version everywhere. Insane. Nintendo patents hit another wall amid Palworld lawsuit. Nintendo's touchscreen-based monster catching patent has been rejected. What were they doing there? Patent relates to monster catching with a specific focus on touchscreen technology. Speculation suggests that this patent may have come into picture to counter the recently announced Palworld Mobile and Tencent's Rocker Kingdom World. Application was filed in 2026. Nintendo requested a fast-track review, and the GPO rejecting it for failing to include an inventive step over the prior art. Examiner also listed many games as prior art, including Pokemon Generations, mobile version of PUBG Mobile, YouTube videos, and other pages. And the YouTube videos that you catch monsters with the touchscreen? The fuck? But good. Get fucked, bro. With your stupid patents, man. Xbox player voices reveals desire for more exclusives. I kinda don't really understand that shit. Like, are you so like insecure with your platform of choice that you just want to kind of like cuck other players on other platforms from playing games that you can play? Like, what you gaining from that? Like, you just like feel better that you bought the box that has these exclusives and others don't have it? Like, why? I mean, why would you even give a fuck, bro? Just buy any box and like that has games that you want to play and play it, while like trying to like limit others from playing your shit. Like literally just like the console wars like 2.0, or like I don't know, maybe it's already like way more versions from there. So we're gonna be fighting, you know, who has Danker Danker exclusives and more releases basically. Yeah, I mean, the hardware is basically kind of PCs in the end now. So there is kind of no point already in that. PlayStation kind of has some, I guess, still advantages of making exclusives. less already, but still kind of. The Xbox, I think, is basically kind of glorified PC in a way. So yeah, you not really even gonna win much with that, I would say. Besides, no one kind of like, you know, prevents you from making like, you know, the Xbox version optimized for Xbox hardware and then the PC version for PC. Done. Make it optimized if you really want to. Well, I just hope they're not gonna go full PPG and cog block like some of the games, even for PC, because so far it was kind of like, you know, Xbox and, you know, like Microsoft like Live, whatever, their store and stuff, Windows, right, kind of also a platform of theirs. So everything on Xbox was available on PC and vice versa. Well, almost vice versa, I guess. Not all the indie games get on Xbox, but at least we could play everything from Xbox. And I hope it will stay that way. Even though, like, mostly, I guess, the games I'm kind of interested from that bunch are mostly from kind of like the studios they own, but still sort of somewhat independent, I guess, you know. True. Well, actually, that wouldn't be weird. They just like really changing things a lot. Like the new CEO just kind of like literally just like, oh, we had this like everything is Xbox, nothing is Xbox anymore. We just kind of like forgot it existed, you know. So they do looks like they do be open to like very like radical and fast turns there. So you never know. Papaya Play's version of Tree of Savior will officially sunset on June. Oh, rip that one. Rip that one. Just as I was like mentioning every once in a while that this game surprisingly keeps, you know, surviving just on a few whales basically playing. I guess not every server has the whales. Looks like it. Looks like it. Purchases suspended. Farewell event was kicked off. Gamer claimed one player spent 100,000 on lock boxes in IMC Games version of the MMO to find a special card from the currently TCS Cube. And there it is. Some servers are still being funded by them whales, looks like, though. They still there. They still there. It's 2026 and Dune Awakening is trying to convince everyone that it's not an MMORPG again. The fuck? In 2026, we're still apparently doing the thing where Joel Bylas comes out with a new take on MMORPGs to try to exclude Dune Awakening, but doesn't actually do it and makes the headlines all over again. Rewriting history and reframing the genre again, suggesting Funcom originally settled on the term MMO for Dune Awakening, because the devs figured it was easy, which is interesting to us because Bylas appeared to have no qualms at all when describing the game as a sandbox MMORPG in 2024. And indeed explaining how Dune's game loop was heavily inspired by MMORPG Star Wars Galaxies, and a player economy-driven crafter-centric sandbox MMORPG that is still unbeaten in that arena as far as I'm concerned. A year ago, just as Dune was gearing up for launch, Bylas was hedging on those comments, trying to pivot the game marketing back to the hardcore survival genre. To attract, we assume, the kinds of people who play Tarkov, not World of Warcraft. Not Tarkov for sure. It'd be like Rust or something, but totally not the hardcore survival Tarkov. Even after all that, according to the interview on FRVR, Bylas swung even harder against calling this MMO an MMO. Don't think it's an MMO. I've worked in multiple MMOs for sure, but I think there was a weird space where we were trying to do slightly more. The big connected world have this big deep desert with lots of players being able to go in there, so it was a hard game to describe. And I always find that people kind of have a very set notion of what a genre is, and so it's hard to describe something that does something slightly new. It's not an MMO is my strong feeling right now, it's definitely not. And the definitions, man, as usual. Then he goes on to claim that the key reason is progression, that MMORPGs like World of Warcraft focus on quest-based progression, while Dune's progression revolves around crafting. About the object and point out that kind of a lot of MMORPGs progression has traditionally focused on crafting and non-quest oriented content. I know, I was there too. I know, and it's why this argument isn't compelling. A well-trod ground for MMORPG players, unfortunately, and I don't just mean the fool's errand of trying to define a MMORPG genre by attributes for which there is always an exception that disproves the rule. But last summer deep dived a group of MMORPGs and their studios, and Dune Awakening, New World, The Cube, Lionhearts, that have been working over time to redefine the MMORPG into a very small box that bizarrely excludes most historical MMORPGs. Studios don't dislike MMORPGs, they just don't want the responsibility or cost of running a whole one, so they're slowly redefining what MMOs are. Either to get out of supporting them or to pick out subgenres to monetize separately, from MOBAs to Battle Royales. And now basic sandbox content exploration in the living world. Or maybe they're just doing what Funcom did and waffle so hard on whether Dune Awakening is an MMO that it managed to convince not just gamers but itself that it didn't have to listen to decades of MMO lessons. The MMO Gangbox endgames don't work, but we are not an MMO, so our Gangbox endgame will work. And it did not. Maybe all of this would be mere semantics, except that those semantics shape a history. Right now we're allowing semantics to both erase our genre and shrink its horizon to them. To paraphrase myself, the reason nobody's making MMORPGs and MMOs anymore is that gamers and studios have started believing and regurgitating that only one-to-one World of Warcraft clones are MMORPGs and nothing else counts. Defining MMOs out of existence because we refuse to let them evolve and refuse to acknowledge their bygone diversity. And the insane philosophies behind calling the genre another genre. Party Animals officially cancels its AI video contest after widespread player pushback. We overlook the potential offense and harm. The original intention was to encourage more diverse forms of creative expression and lower the barrier to entry, allowing more players who love party animals to participate. We mistakenly tied lowering the barrier together with using AI. In doing so, we overlooked the potential offense and harm that the ongoing debate surrounding AI-generated content could cause to our players and the creator community. I feel deeply uneasy and apologetic about this, and we sincerely accept the criticism. Oh, they actually okay, they proposed the AI-generated video contest. Oh, okay, that sounds fucking dumb, alright. I thought they just kind of did some like video contest and like a bunch of people started sloping it up, but they started from the slope, alright. The AI video contest. Alright. Why? Chrono Odyssey addresses questions about its newly unveiled progression system and NPC helpers. Option to enter both instances with NPC helpers. Let's see. A matrix system meant to give more player diversity for their chosen weapons. At that point, devs are trying to avoid having a correct build, while the answers also confirm the existence of custom loadouts, that unlocking nodes requires both points earned from leveling and resources earned through specific content. in some cases, and that one character cannot unlock all nodes in the Matrix. Regarding the monster equipment feature that lets players dress up like monsters in the game, Yoon reiterated that these are purely cosmetic and also confirmed that they are drops from specific monsters and not craftable. Though the one monster will not drop a whole set at once, but will drop multiple pieces of a set. Yoon also confirmed that all gear appearances can be used in transmog. Finally, answers related to the supporter NPCs that can be summoned for bosses confirmed that these are not static companions and are instead a difficulty buffer, designed for players who hit occasional difficulty spikes within our non-linear progression. This led to question of whether rewards would be lowered for players who do use supporters, which hasn't been decided yet but could be the case. But Yoon does point out the ability to re-clear instances for full rewards is on the table. Further points out that there will be party-specific encounters, so multiplayer isn't being entirely tossed. There will be party-specific encounters, so multiplayer isn't being entirely tossed. Dude, this is fucking MMO. How are you planning to toss the multiplayer out of MMO? The fuck are you on about? Or I guess it's maybe like some story missions or something. For quests and shit. We'll see. That one, the beta of that one was actually kinda cool. But yeah, still quite a lot of time to go for that. Alright, let me see if you guys posted some stuff too. I catch up with that, and let's do like an hour or something with Dracantas. I just want to see, like, you know, the movement system basically. I just want to see that. A little bit of Dracantusi. Alright, that we checked. Giga volume border some shit. Fuck is that? The fuck is that? New friends spent over 2 years doing something incredible, completely remaking Valheim into a playable adventure map. Completely free to play. Damn, free mods, that's rare. Up to 100 hours of content, 75 unique locations to travel, over 2,000 hours of development. Insane. Five towns. The Super Kika in Valheim, yeah. Those were good times. Those were good times. Insane adventure map. Alright. So yeah, that's all with the news, but we're gonna play a little bit of Dracantas now, though, before I'm done for today. because it's the only option for me, the only time for me to play it, because yeah, it was releasing basically when I was about to leave on Friday, and I wasn't here on Saturday. And now it's gonna be already over at night today. Well, tonight basically. So the last hours when I can check the recent beta test and the newest version. So a little bit of Dracanthus. There's like also PvP test, which I don't really care about. So I just kinda want to check the movement system. All right. Just a little bit of Dracanthus to test. The Dink MMO. Oh, the upcoming Dink MMO. All right, let's go. Let's go. The Kunan village going. Oh, the guys are farming there. I was kinda gone all this time. Alright, Dracanthus, play this. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Hello, was crushing there already. I guess not, at least. There we go. You. Damn, actually not a bad ping TNA. Interesting. It's like Ragnarok Online had like over 200, I think, TNA, and that was not very playable. That's actually not bad route, then I guess, actually. Obviously not as good, but still doable. Pig not available. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. There he is. You get some new ones this time. Got the insane prologues there. Oh, the Giga Feasting guy, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Get the cat. Get Booba. Let's see. The Archdruid. The Mystic Archer. I haven't seen that before. Guncheteer Hunter. That's a Yuki. Very cool. And the Smorka, of course. I've been fisting last time. Monka. The Arshu Monka. The Super Monka. They probably will keep going. Huh? And the healers. The Bard. Paladin maybe, actually. The Smorks? Haven't played the Smorks. Was Steve actually smorking? Archmage is a support also. Master Elemental Magic, Wield and Fire Ice, Wind and even time itself. Let's try the Archmage then, fine, sure.
I love you
Magicus.
guys.
Shoot AJ. Come back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. I didn't have an orc, I see. Yes, keep the prologue, whatever. Even though I don't remember a shit, but...
No thanks, I'm fine.
Does still have at least some of it. Upgrade the Elemental Missile. Saint Blinky's there.
Yes, please.
Oh yeah, they have the gems and stuff there, alright.
Time flies when you're
Our
having
special of the
fun.
day is pork with rice. Would you
No
like
thanks,
to try it?
I'm good.
Got the Giga Quiz there and stuff.
Refill for you?
Alright, Forge, search for the missing wine. Not anything else. Yes, now I can go diagonally and stuff. Alright, the bones,
Who's ready for a
remember.
seafood feast?
That'd be better. Speed insane allora. I just want to try stuff. Okay, relax. You read the book there?
Wonderful.
Data book, insane.
That's enough gawking. Go about your business. That's enough gawking. Go about your business.
The Yuppinin. The Yuppinin. Gate, sure. Catalisto, let's see. The combat and everything. Controls this way do be indeed kinda better. One still kinda playing. Whoever won it I saw in Discord already played mostly. The beta. Still need to get stuff for this. No, that's this. I want to mine. Playing Djibouti.
There's some giga levels there. And crossbow. Doesn't sound like that's for us. A new artifact to your account. Equip it to get abilities suited for your adventures. Gonna give us some extra stuff. So we have the water. Yeah, the health region, and this one is just a bunch of damage in this one. All right. The altar. Yeah, fine. Have the bottle of wine. A drink.
Now, that looks
I
interesting.
wonder what's this.
So is it actually unique for everyone, or I just kind of yanked it from someone? Whoops. Asian combat who? The Giga Lore, come on. And they actually hit. And the cool story, bro. I can return the boat layer. Good, we have the super teleport also. Oh, actually can cast it for now. Go up with that, and it's on the indirect line. Okay, I see. Lame. Can't even PP hope over the stuff. Every color dash, basically, a very little one. It's probably even like easier that way. Don't need to animate all the rolling and stuff. Just like poof poof, done. Easy life. Probably would be some fuckery going with that for sure. Those dang teleportation champions online back in the day, remember?
Can I start you off with
No
something?
It basically just kind of like teleports you in kind of this like a different dimension where you can fly and you are invisible for everyone else. And so you kind of like, oh, invisible and invincible. And you're just kind of like flying somewhere, and then at some point you just like
Don't make
turn
any
again
excuses.
into the
Take a
regular
mission.
dimension. So it can go through walls and stuff either because of that. But was at least kind of cool way to do it. Yeah, what it is, It sure is. Has a beta test going right now. Gonna be over like tonight. So I decided to give it like an hour or so to check what did they change since the last beta test. Adventurers Guild them. Lead video. PvP arena. These other playerism and adventure menu. Yeah, that's where we start farming the adventures then. Get through available missions. Get the rewards. Yeah, that's like I think like the massive part of the game is basically doing this kind of. Oh, already was like a full loop there. Damn son. Just kind of like the session based thing. Packs of Elvins use all crossbow charges. Okay, sure. Then 2 archmages. Says like a support, but you kind of earned really support. Maybe it's actually bots.
Feel my power.
Hard to say for this one. It's this PvP Sentry, yeah. They want to check the PvP-ness, but I just want to check the movement, really. Movement is better that way than just going full grid mode. I feel. Nice teleport där. Yeah, the crossbow, yeah. Oh, use all charges actually. That's part of the quest, I guess. Might as well.
Feel my power.
The smoke is actually kind of dying there slowly. He's healing. He's healing. The PvP is speed back down. Not into that, not into that. Dark Mage for now feels kinda not that bug though. The tool set, just like the weak one target. And we have the charge and fireball, that's a bit better. That's it. But I guess I'll get the utility with like the crystals and stuff like that there. Just not the best tool set, feels like. Not the most fun one, I guess. It's good enough.
Feel my power.
Smorka's dying. No, not the frog. Even admit, I think we can through the doors that way. Do you see what I say? Okay, let's go. Good shit. That suction was pretty strong. Nice shot.
Fireball!
Yeah, teleporting in the direction of the cursor looks like. Not where we're looking. GSA, no carda bomba. Never lucky. Actually, never lucky. Need to use all the crossbow stuff.
Yes, that will do.
Points. Fuck up the points. Let's see, USA. Not very common there, I guess. Shot.
Feel my power.
Dude, get turn. Couldn't turn while charging. Well, you can in this like range in front of you. Not to the side. Let's see, USA. I'm not sure, guess. No. Aha. Objective completed. A V in the exploration. Better rewards won on 1 PvP matches or adventures. Pog. Mission complete. Accomplished. Simple, short. Success. CGSA. The local traditional curries there.
What can I get for you?
Increase the power to 460. So we need to fight even more shit then. A luminous moth. A better rare artifact box. Intentional balance rewards, so you can try cool endgame content during the beta weekend. Blackstyle rare artifact, 3 options to choose from. Death Sun. Elixir reduce cooldown of the drinker's abilities by 10% for 10 seconds. Elixir is so strong counts downside, reducing damage dealt. Makes drinker lighter,
Liam is
increasing
so
their
strong
movement
and
speed.
reliable. We need more adventurers like
Throws
him.
a beehive. Full of angry bees, reducing enemies' movement speed, increasing enemies' damage taken, dealing 3 damage every half second. Let's go. The bees. No, I can't need to use, right? Permanently unlock on your account. Sure. Get the bees. Get the crossbow, fine. Aggressive.
New missions keep coming. Don't forget to check.
New modifier to one of your use abilities. Well, I'd be
Let me
nice.
know if you need anything else.
The buy a Yuki orb even. Why? You can go purple, I guess. It's like the Giga dodge there. This like basically makes your fireball, I guess, burn for some time. Alright. Not sure what that does. Guess we'll see.
May our prayers reach the heavens.
There's more. Oh, didn't cancel. Already opening a reward box. Wait. Throw. Oh, I see. Then that's how it works. They do boxing.
What can I get for you today? Can I start you off with
We
something?
can
All set.
modify this one, eh? Or leap through time, teleport target location. Dodge is performed with perfect timing. Initial elemental strike at the enemy location, dealing 62 damage. Insane.
You can exchange your credits with me.
I'll see. Other people see you opening it? Damn, see. That's kinda nice. This kinda nice. Oh yeah, there's the guy opening too. Already deuce. Now the hacks are ready. Enjoy. Enjoy.
Is there anything I can get for you while you wait?
Game modes against other players when they have their casual control escort. A recruit chest. A ranked season. Casual assault. Do we just get the regular ones there? Requests. There's the Borpa. Will it like auto search? Send Borpa and see if we get another one. We get someone randomly there.
Mages of Ackerman Academy are in town? They are so wise.
I'm going PvP this in. Let's see if I'm gonna full complete my one there. Before we just go solo there. Playing versus Stalin. Monka is. Then the pig started. Bruh. So fast, I don't even know anyone else really then. Don't even know anyone else. Alright, fine, let's go this one. The Giga supports. I don't have shit on this hero then. There's already some MLG players right there. That's a nice PvP in then. Just getting fucking melted there, holy. Giga Stalin destroyed everyone there. just in solo. That's an interesting system that way.
On the run again.
Oh yeah, Brother Mon got like new abilities there and stuff, obviously, so.
In my favor.
邪魔だよ
Was healing somewhat.
弱いな
Full size. Catch me if you can. Have you seen what
Lighting the way.
on the run again?
Saria will hear my voice.
That's the ulti, I guess, here, with some heal.
Lighting the way. Lighting the way.
See? Casting the up in the like all the NPCs in the Giga Yup and all the time.
絶対に勝つ
Pretty much permanently. Pretty much permanently in the Yup mode there.
Feel my power.
The Giga think is Giga think you did, surprisingly.
The light shall burn.
The mage going, decided to like go full backstage there. Yeah, mage did some ding damage there for sure, but not as ding to just nuke everyone in one shot.
じゃあねこれで終わらせます
And the Giga Weave stuff, go it on. Brother Mon already decided to give up probably. It's also like everyone like spawning and with different like timing and everything. It's just kind of like a bit of a pointless to
My
if
aim
you
is
spawn alone you're just gonna get ganked basically, I guess.
Saria will hear my voice. We're here to be healed, my friend.
Get the Giga heals, but everyone just runs from it, you know. As soon as you get that,
take this.
Enlightening the way.
Have you seen what I can do?
yeah, he's already AFK. He already gave up there. Yes. So basically, it's the pick system. So you can have like some of the main heroes that you're gonna be playing all the time. Yeah, then you like spawn one because it kind of died first. Maybe there was like some invincibility for some time,
My faith is unbreakable.
but I'm not so sure. Yeah, then you can just get like spawn camp this way, I guess.
Is that all you've got?
Fight's going okay, log wise. Oh, did you have some logs there? Did you have some logs?
Is that all you've got? We stand.
I guess everyone is just chilling at this point already. Everyone just chilling. Did you just take a lot of it? It was like smashing air there.
Feel the holy power.
And you kinda need to know what who does also, I guess.
By the power of the light.
Sì, che adesso. Vai, no, vai. might be a little too much stuff going on in terms of the yupping. I kinda agree.
By the light.
Which I think, if I remember correctly, you could do stuff with that, right? And there's voices volume you can lower. You can, I guess, also remove the voices that way too. Possible. How did I deal more damage than the Archmage? The fuck? How did I do that? And the MOBA ish mode assault, I see, alright. But you need to pick everywhere, right? Like you kinda need to know what who does, huh? At least. Even with the mage, I kinda don't really know exactly. The Giga Assault. Oh, worst case I can try the heal, even though I still don't know exactly what heal does, huh? Not every ability does, really. Assault, no one ever
Liam
goes.
is so strong and reliable. We need more adventurers like him.
No one goes Assault.
Is there anything I can get for
Dead game. Yeah, I guess it's like, if it's like the MOBA like, I assume it's kind of more of a time commitment on this mode, right? I guess if it has like also like the mobs, the farm and stuff like that, that's probably not something you just go in and do real quick. People just prefer probably to just go to control. Alright, something found. Fine. I'm a wizard. I have at least some stuff on the wizard that way. And some another Giga emoji guy on the team there. Fine, go top then.
We're changing our fate.
Like the bush also is there, looks like. Is there any like better regen around here? Some fucking demons and stuff. The Giga Honka. There's the tower is out. Okay, that's like friendly fire. They blocking my shit. Where's the range here? Maybe because of the range now. These.
Feel my power. Take this.
Insane junglers that are crazy.
We're
the
changing
range.
our fate.
I like bold. Is there something in the apartment? What is going on here? Snowcast.
The time is in my favor.
How's the gold doing? I guess we'll find out. Did I hate that you just can't switch that when you already started casting? Ouch. Okay. Oh? The fuck was that? There was some Giga Burst there, right?
Nature's call. Perfect.
That was some insane Giga Burst. I'm gonna need some help here, eh? Some golems and stuff too. But if your HP also kind of goes back in time, you use that for the time thingy. Look at all this stuff in here then. Fucking golems, and I assume it's something like you do in the, what's the name? In the jungle or something? Like unlock yourself some assistance of sorts. I think someone was like split pushing there or something probably. Even insane. No, the net is just summoning a bunch of golems and stuff. Alright, I see. So I guess like on the cooldown, I guess. Alright. Yeah, golems seem like they kind of fucking just push stuff. I'll see how it is. Considering the concept of the game, that mode is actually kind of nice though. Considering the concept there. Is there anything to do in jungle and stuff? Because it seemed like quite a lot of space there. Like, are you farming something there or some shit? It doesn't really have any farming. It's like you're not really getting anything from killing the mob, is it? And by the looks of it, so you get the super summon artifacts there.
The Adventurers Guild need your strength.
The golem was spawn, eh? Yeah, the controls are pretty nice though. Controls are pretty nice. You would be kind of better though when you know, like, especially with that with the meteor. Like you start casting meteor, you just like standing in place, like you can't move. You just have this like range, so you need to kind of expect already which range. Like usually in MOBAs, it's either like you can just press and it casts instantly, right? Or you just like hold and you see like where it goes, but you still can move, or you can cancel it or something, for example. That would be kind of better because you kind of commit and then suddenly the range is too short. I guess that's kind of like, you know, getting used to it. A bit of a skill issue there. You know, you get more abilities and stuff. It's a bit better though. It's a bit better.
Have you checked our headquarters
Play
at
the dungeon the
Kingstray?
most, I say.
Is there anything I can get for you while you wait?
Let's try one more. Maybe I'll check what's there in the dungeon, even though I guess as a mage you don't want to go there, but fine. There's my insane chests, insane rewards. Sure. Sure. Guys with fancy shit, you already know it's gonna be there. There is something there, some altar of some sort. Spawning the buff and the minions still. Zardos go into? It's clearly not bored. Ah, someone from the jungle then. Get the range you need to know, basically. By eye. Oh yeah, they got shields and stuff from him. I see, that's pretty good.
Fireball!
Don't want to step on that. And hit that.
Fireball!
Guys are getting farmed there too, looks like. So the other side. Getting some heat, some boots and stuff there. Bunker. Come on, let's do it again. Get ginked. Oh, all guys already dead. Let's see. The cat strong on the shields. Yeah, just don't even res in time. Insane. Insane. So there is some stuff in the jungle also to do, looks like.
Leading how to kill.
Looks
That is
like.
the truth.
You get the emotes also from the random boxes and stuff. I'll see. And deals, well, I mean, just started today. Guys already with like those fancy, you know, like stands when the mob load in. You know, they already know what they're doing. I kinda don't. And no golems and stuff too. And they were lucky. You need like a few characters decked out, looks like, with gems and with artifacts. So you can actually switch if something gets picked, for example, that you want to play. Yeah, you need to know how it all plays, looks like. Like maybe not all of the characters, but at least the most, so you know what you're playing against
exchange
and
your
what
credits
you're
with me?
playing with. Well, the PvE-ness is always there though. Don't really need to do full PvP mode. Yeah, it's not too bad. It feels kinda alright. Just need to get also like, you know, the ranges of abilities and stuff learned. And I assume also like the balancing and the meta stuff will be. Like that Bard was pretty dank. Like he can pretty much like buff the minions, and then you have the good AoEs versus the enemy minions.
Let me know if you need anything.
Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. And they also have AoE, but he's still pushed way better with the shields on the minions. And the Giga Cat. As you can see, like how the mage might be good, but you'll need to land a bunch of stuff there. You can see me just like land with like the meteor into the stun, and then like the fireball. But it doesn't seem like it does like that crazy much damage though. Maybe just good extra with applying some stuns and stuff.
If you're tired of missions, go to the bar and have fun.
Very interesting. But yeah, nice that they changed. I feel the grid movement is good. Is good. That is actually good. When you have like the charges and casting, then like the movement is a little trickier. And I don't know if all the characters have some sort of like casting or something going.
We don't serve water, but I can put some ice in a glass for you.
That's the one. The switcheroo. And then we can put some good and stuff there also. This kind of thing like had mostly like insta stuff. You can at least kind of move and kite a bit that way. As on the healer there. I want to see. Yeah, I guess you can check it here real quick. That's good. That's good.
Our special of the day is Portsmouth rice. Would you like to try it? I'm good.
The bolts, the power, dealing damage from artillery, routing. Hold to increase damage.
We have
alright.
different missions every time.
It's also hold your lights. It's also damage. Okay, movement speed decrease. Shield 100% damage reduction for 2 seconds and explodes afterwards. So basically, healer's heal is only on the ult pretty much there, right? And some of them also have like the cost time, some of the abilities. I guess everyone has a little bit. What's the ult on the Super Wizard doing actually?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Oh, no, that's how. That's why he's supported. Also, the only heal is the ult, basically. Alright, that's why it didn't work, because that one needs to target an ally. Alright. Let's see how it is. Oh, yeah, you can dive, I guess, this way. Just like set up the. So it restores your HP back. So, okay.
I'm a super fan of Thomas. I
Oh,
love his
see.
songs and he is so cute.
Yeah, the hold to aim or just drop with one click. I'll see.
What can I get for you?
Interesting. It could be kind of cool. I think I actually can buy Trizia with this insane Boba PvP mode. I feel, I don't know, maybe his league addiction would actually kind of, you know, get the scratch with that. Maybe. But that's actually kind of nice though that they added that mode. Totally seems more interesting than the usual 3v3. And you also have the base where you spawn. And it looks like they can also dive pretty good in the base. Like the base is not safe exactly. But still, better mode, clearly. Alright, I got a little bit of this, Yeah, unfortunately, kind of like the timing was not very good, because it started like on Friday when I was about to leave. And then it will be finishing like very soon, tonight basically. So I didn't get too much to play, but we did check it real quick. And we had people I saw in Discord playing, so that is also really good. We'll see. Like hope, and it's always like last year I also had the beta, but I think it was starting earlier on Friday or something, because I think I played on Friday, and then Saturday I was off, and on Sunday I think I also did like the gaming news, and then the beta was over, so I also kind of didn't really get to play too much. Alright, let's rate there. Boom, there we go. So yeah, I mean, it was nice. I'm down to check some other playtests later. It will be interesting to see how it will be on release. But you kind of want to play with some peeps though. Even in PvE, I would say that will be probably better. But in PvP, clearly, some people who know what they're doing, they do be way too OP. Especially, I guess, if you play in pre-made or something. So yeah, for now I'm out. Tomorrow RPG Monday, so tomorrow we new PP Tomorrow we new Vegasin. Lonesome Road continues, maybe finishes tomorrow, who knows, we'll see. get some progress in New Vegas. Then on Tuesday, we're back to Mika and Ikusi, and there's going to be probably one or maybe two other things that I kind of need to play. And yeah, Wednesday gonna be off. Tomorrow evening stream, evening bonus stream. I mean, now I'm kind of finishing a bit later, and I'm just like kind of sleepy as shit. So I'm not gonna go already tune for like 1 more hour or something. So tomorrow evening, and most likely Tuesday evening stream also. And Tuesday will be kind of long-ish actually, evening stream until the Sony show. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, subs, resubs, followers, donors. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And yes, see you all tomorrow, 9 a.m. CEST. Love you all. Bye-bye.